Start recording. Start streaming 9:47 in the morning, Christmas Eve 2025. Social Orphan Anarchy. Letters to the Future. I'm gonna do a video for as long as it takes for this to upload. And then when it's done uploading, I'm gonna restart my computer and start a new stream. It's taking forever. I've also hit the 75% mark on my data, but that should mean I have 200 gigs, and I could always switch to the xfinity hotspot thing, and then it doesn't use data, which I learned way too late. Somebody sent me $58 yesterday, which also means I can get internet for next month. And maybe even like medicine for my birthday. Maybe. Yay. Well, New Year's. Won't really be my birthday. It takes like 3 days to. It takes them forever, actually. Like, it should already say that it's sending it, and it's not. I guess because it's the holidays. Kind of makes no sense. But yeah, it definitely won't show up till after Christmas. What am I looking for? The Xfinity email. It says you've used 75% of your shit. Wow, where is it? I mean, that would have been an interesting project by itself. Like, how can I prove something about data and how bullshit it is? Because, like, what this thing I'm uploading is 9.1 gigs. It's 6 hours, almost 7 hours long. And it's like 9 gigs. The video from yesterday. And if maybe I should deliberately. I just have like too much other shit to worry about, like getting evicted. But you could just keep track of like how big they are, because that means it was like 9 gigs to stream it, right? And then 9 gigs to upload it. So that's like 18 gigs to stream it and upload it. I mean, if you were just using like, let's say 20 gigs a day times, 30 days in a month, yeah, that's only like 600 gigs. And you're supposed to have 1,100 and how many? Like, you have like twice that. You have 1,229 gigs a month. So yeah, like twice that. A little more than twice that. That's a good point. Like, how big was like the longest stream I've ever done or have saved anyway? I think it's like 50 hours. But then that's over like a period, obviously, of multiple days. I don't do that. Yeah, I try to cut it off at 12 because you can't upload anything longer than 12 hours to YouTube. Um, and I didn't necessarily save these if they're that long. I don't do a 12-hour stream every day. What's the average? Oh, definitely longer than 5. But it feels like there's an even amount of like 13, 12, 11. 15,000 kilobytes is how many? I wish it didn't do that. It's so annoying. And I'm trying to convert it in my head, but I think I did that wrong. It's like 1 is 100, is 1,000, is... Right, that's million, sorry. 15 million kilobytes. Equals megabytes equals gigabytes. So it would be 15 million kilobytes, 15,000 megabytes, 15 gigs. So it's whatever the fuck that, it's just convert that to gig in your head. 14 gigs, 15 gigs, 16 gigs, 17 gigs. But again, I mean, I just calculated it for... I mean, if you were using 30 gigs a day times 30, 31, like you're still at like 900. 1229 minus 900. You'd still have like 300 gigs left. $15 gigs times 30, right? No, sorry. I said 30 gigs. Well, because, like, the amount it takes to stream it, and then I'm just doubling it. If it was a 15 gigabyte video, and then you uploaded it, that's how you get 30. I'm bad at math. I need to see every step. So, and yeah, and 15 gigs was how many hours? Like 11. 10, 11 hours. I feel like most of my videos I've been uploading this month were smaller than 15. Is there a way to prove it? Like, it would be nice if it just said the number or something. How big is it? True. And if you upload it to both YouTube and here, I'm gonna just pick one at random. There we go, 8.6 gigs. 1.9. And I was just calculating for like 15. That one's kind of high, 10. Three. Yeah, I mean, those are like really small compared to 8. 7. 6.7. I think this was 2. 4.3. So, I mean, you could, I guess, calculate 9.7. I mean, if it's less than 15, I feel like you really got something's, impossible to track almost. I got this thing called glassware. I don't think I have it on my computer anymore because it wasn't even helping me. Glass wire. Yeah, I deleted it. It was full of ads and cycle bin. So anyway, yeah, whatever you see, double it, because that's how much it must have taken to stream it. But like, when you double it, if it's under 30, you would still have a space even if it was 30. Like, yeah, 1,229 divided evenly among 30 days. You get 40.96 or 30. Let's just say 40. You get like 40 gigs a day. And how many days was I under 40? If I try to play Tekken, it completely like bombs my data. Like I can't play Tekken. And I'm really sad about it. Like I thought I'd make friends. I can't play it the way I wanted to, which was to have like a community and play it with people on the internet. Like, and then the only hack I figured out is if I switch to the Xfinity internet, which I don't even see right now. This is gross. There. It's there. Then it doesn't use my data. I think somebody could have easily told me how to like, oh, you're poor, here, do this. You can't be on the essentials plan unless you're without Xfinity for 3 months. Not have been a customer in the last 90 days. Why does this make sense to anybody? I mean, it's like, it's fucked up. You'd have to cancel your service and wait 3 months to get the discounted internet because you're on Snap. And that's why I didn't get it. They have this like $10 pass thing. Well, yeah, I can't really like fuck around and see if stuff works and see, that makes no sense. I just sprayed stuff that smells good in my room, and yeah, they're doing this thing where it smells like garbage again. Every single day, like the first thing anybody wants to do is like stalk me and then piss me off. Every fucking day. And what if I'm just like not gonna scream at you today? You think like everything's fine or something? It's not. You wore me out. Does that make what you think you're in a war with me? Like what the fuck mental illness do people have that they won't leave me the fuck alone? They're making me seem like I'm the crazy one. Fuck you and your cult. Every fucking day for 5 years. For 5 fucking years. Yeah, in some ways, like I have almost hoped that I'm actually bait, though that's not consensual. And I mean, you're letting me get hurt to be bait. But bait, like, oh yeah, a bunch of fucked up people are gonna screw with you, and then we're gonna take them down, and they'll never screw with anybody again. Are you waiting for me to get killed before you stop them? Like, what are you doing? But you almost like, I mean, it's like, I guess it's sad and fucked up and wrong, but it's like, wouldn't, that's like a better outcome than, oh no, we just thought we were gonna silence you and kill you. And no one was ever supposed to care. And every time you've like broken out of our bullshit somehow, like on the internet or whatever, got your point across to something, they didn't mean for that to happen. Like, yeah, who is they? The people fucking with me? They're humans with names and faces. I just don't know them. Like, I don't think they're aliens or from outer space or gods or anything. Like, they're people that have been stalking my building. They seem to have access to vehicles with sirens on them. Like, yeah, they're not ghosts or monsters or demons, or they're human beings that are assholes. Like, that's in that way they're a demon. Like, um, yeah, probably with what you'd call a socially acceptable mental illness, or someone's giving them a job with authority. But these fuckers are nuts. Like, and what? Yeah, some people, we're all mad here, crazy. Like, it's sad because I come from like the mental health community. Everybody's nuts. Everybody's a loser. Everybody's a weirdo. Everybody's a freak. They were like friend terms. You know, this is a different kind of crazy. This is like megalomaniac, uh, authoritarian dictator, Nazi. Well, yeah, I mean, I've had friends that literally were, I mean, they self identified as pathological liars. They were willing to admit they had like a problem with lying. And they were my friend. Sometimes I kind of wish they hadn't been, and I had never known them because I don't know how to trust anybody. But and I mean, what's the point? I'll spend my whole life and you'll just keep lying, and maybe it would be better if I didn't have an emotional attachment to you where I liked you. Because you're full of shit all the time. And it's not cute or funny or clever. It's wasting my life. Uh, well, what kind of empathy can I have? Like, could you please not lie about me or like important things, or I don't know what stories are real. You're like a cartoon character. I don't even know what's real about you that you've told me about yourself. It's not mysterious and interesting. It's like fucking annoying. And if I had the option of just like being with people that cared about science in the sense of like, well, science in the best possible way, like they want the truth, they want to be accurate, they want to know things. They aren't gonna like dress it up in mysterious ooh shit just to be like more interesting or something. That's what I mean by science. Science minded. And yeah, not religious where they're like they've got this extreme bias built into their community, into their heart, into their like it's like yeah, they're like an ostrich sticking their head in the ground. Because it feels safer. Yeah, at least that's what science was to me. Of course, you can abuse science like you can abuse anything. There is no flag someone can wave and be like, oh, that's someone you can definitely trust 1,000% without question. Like, nothing is above a question. No one is above a question. So, I mean, just the idea that someone wants to figure out, like, what combination of uh, words can we use to, like, if we call ourselves this, people will always listen to us or something. No one should ever just automatically, like, trust somebody like that. Um, oh, there's some good news, though. I got $5 off my bill. Weird that this just came through just now. So it's 40 instead of 45. If I thought I was going to get more money before the 11th, but no, this was like really like I almost wonder if the bank is fucking with me. Cuz I mean like my account is always like about to get fucked cuz they charge me like $7 a month just to have a bank account. And it has like my history since 2015. Like I want to keep my fucking bank account. Um, but it's like always like right at the last second, and then your bank account's gonna stay open. Are you sure someone from the bank isn't like noticed that? I had until February, I think, but yeah. I'm in like negative $4.75 or something. I mean, yeah, why can't, if you could give me all those goddamn maintenance fees back, that'd be a few $100. Like, and then there's the thought process of like, you need to be able to explain your situation to someone that has never met you before, who might not even give a shit, doesn't really have the time. What are you supposed to say to them? Like, I have been trapped in my own home, asshole. Like, it must be a joke that you need more of an explanation than that, even. Well, they don't get it. They don't get how your body got fucked up. They don't get how people were taking advantage of you being in your room and hurting you. They don't get. You have to explain, like, in like 5 sentences. You get like a paragraph, maybe. What the fuck happened to you? I feel if someone doesn't want to care, they're not going to care no matter how many things I've said. Like, I keep writing the exact same. I've been in medical isolation and terrorized for 5 years. Like, that doesn't explain enough to you? Ugh. Sorry, I have to spit the bad taste in the air. And again, the way that it comes, I know for a fact they're pumping it in from outside. It's not my room. I took a Goosephrine last night. I think that helped. Maybe I should take another one. Practice chess. Sure. Your energy is back, make it count. It is a little bit like I'm really caffeinated. Like in the real world, not, I'm caffeinated and I feel fairly articulate at the moment. Like, I have to prepare for some hearing on the 6th. And I feel like they want you to say certain things a certain way, or they just won't even listen to you anyway. Like, they're gonna say the problem at hand is that you signed this agreement. Well, that was under duress, so why is the agreement even, like, valid? You know that it was like a death threat, pretty much. If I didn't sign it, you were gonna evict me the next day. So, like, I had to sign it. Didn't matter what the fuck it said. And then you told me that they could possibly negotiate the terms, and then obviously aren't even talking to me at all. The building essentially, like, neglected its duties. It's supposed to help you stay housed. You have it in writing the way that they say, like, the point of their job is to help you stay housed. It's not even just like a regular apartment building. But I've said all this stuff before and it doesn't seem to matter. I don't know why, because no one wanted you to be here for some reason. They literally had like a cult worth of people yelling, "Get out, go home" outside. They have had my neighbor fucking stalking me, and I have her recorded saying, "Get out." And I need to use data, by the way, to upload all that shit to the fucking, as evidence. Again. Yeah, converting the file to the right thing and uploading it. They're just, seriously not even listening to me. And I've emailed, all these different organizations for help. You know, you're living in the shadow of COVID. No, if you don't care about this, it's suspicious. Why? What made you so fucking, like, not having to care? That's the reason I'm inside. I feel like people are literally talking into my unit, stalking me in my unit, like they have a camera in my room somewhere. Since 2020. So, like, before I got the computer, before I got the inside camera, the security camera. I think it's easier to just do this. And go to Wise. Before I got the inside security camera, oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Because there's not supposed to be a person standing. It just needed to, it's fine. Made it look like there was a person standing right here. Yeah, if you needed proof that my room was not always, like, a disaster, I've got plenty of proof. Because it does feel like a disaster compared to how it was. Then someone shuts my speaker off in my room. Like, I mean, this is disgusting. And I don't know where they are. Like, are they upstairs in the building? Because it sure as fuck sounds like they just, like, talked into the windowsill and then shut my speaker off. But if I just yell outside, you just look crazy for no reason. And then they'll have someone drive away in a car at the same time. Get the fuck away from me! Psycho! No, like the idea that you do not automatically lose anything by being someone angry unless you're like some warped little fuckwad that grew up under a rock. I don't know what the fuck. Did they give you opioids since you were a baby or something? How you could have like zero sense of like the human condition. Just get the fuck away from me. No, everyone I've ever known is unable to get angry. They like cut it out of their brain. So you've been lobotomized. Otherwise, you just have no empathy and are a fucking asshole. Like, deliberately doing because they just want to hear you scream. What the fuck is wrong with you? And why doesn't anybody care? Because they're dead. I guess that was the point I was trying to get to. They must be fucking dead or something. All the smart, real fucking people on the planet must be dead. And you're just left with a bunch of troll idiots that, like, don't even know what people are. The idea that having you come up with a story about it because no one's going to tell the truth. It's violating and disgusting. Like, getting, like, it's not like actually getting raped because, no, that is like its own violation in a very particular way. But it's kind of like a form of it. They just like reach their hand into your room and touch your stuff. I want it chopped off and fed back to them. It's fucking psycho. And then what? They've watched you for 5 years, stalked you for 5 years, like, and then they're just gonna play stupid or something. Because they are stupid. And they want you to hate people because they hated people, and that's what COVID was. They killed everybody else. I don't know. Just like the sci-fi way of thinking about it. Yeah, pick one. They've been like ripping this shit off or whatever for the sake of their own crap anyway. And then my fucking microphone just shuts off. So yeah, every time they do fucked up shit to me, it's like getting punched in the psyche. You're just a bunch of assholes. Like, well, whatever fucking story you want to come up with what this is like. You're assholes. Get the fuck off me. Somebody thinking they kept you in a training camp. Yeah, you're training me to just hate strangers because I hate you. I might never be able to identify the people that specifically fucked with me, but I have differentiation in my head. You can't possibly be everybody on Earth. I mean, and then if they did kill everybody else, what the fuck are they waiting for? I don't want to stay here with you. Fucking losers. Yeah, you like had to kill people and hide and keep them in basements because you're fucking morons. Like, fuck all of you. Yeah, well, hopefully somebody finds my shit on the internet someday. Who, like, your great grandchildren. I don't know. And then they realize what fucking assholes their great grandparents were. Fuck you. But no, I'm not here to be your friend. I don't care who the fuck you are. And obviously, I'm addressing people that, like, they know they are deliberately fucking with me. Like, obviously. They would know. And you know that you came to 3rd and Burnside, to the Erickson Fritz apartment building, that you fucked with me for 5 years, that you did it on purpose. Like, how many could there possibly be? Like, 20 people? Maybe upwards of like 100 people that deliberately every day have been fucking with me. Fuck you. Yeah, and those are the fuckers the world didn't need. It's like what, like 100 people, and then they're probably spinning shit around everybody else because everyone else had a life to live. Like, Yeah, they got a friend that's a judge, a friend that's a lawyer, a friend that's a doctor, a friend that's property management, a friend that fucking works across the street, a friend that is maintenance, a friend, like, they've got a friend in like every possible category of life. But it's just like that one fucker. It can't be most people. Most people would not do this to somebody. And the way that it's always pushing like different narratives, different. They don't even have a. They're just trying to whatever works. They're stupid. Yeah, when you make shit up, there are plot holes. And like, so you can really, because there's plot holes. Fucking moron. Well, no, yeah, that is an interesting idea. You could come up with an algorithm for lying, but it wouldn't depend on the tone of your voice like they normally. That's how like polygraph tests work and stuff. Because like, that's a muscle issue. If they keep gassing my room with pollution and it's like ripping out my vocal cords, that's not gonna be a good indicator if you're lying or not. Because sometimes you can't even get the breath out to talk. It's like, yeah, I want to say it has to do with like whether. Well, you could say, does stuff in the story make sense? It's a. Well, what did they get a chance to say? Because sometimes there's too many things to say. Like, do they're completely conflicting, like. I'm trying to come up with an example. Like, pretend there's like a PR firm around me that was just trying to like make up a story for what this was. And some days they pretend that you're a queen, and some days they pretend that you're a savior, and some days they pretend that you're um some kind of like, yeah, the image of Madonna in that movie Evita, like some kind of like leader person, not necessarily a queen, but like some politician, or an oracle, or like they can't even keep what is she supposed to be? And I'm like, the real person is sitting here. I'm a human being. What the fuck are you doing? Trying to create like political theater? Trying to invent a fucking religion or something? What are you doing? I would have never consented to that. The idea, yeah, you have to say the same thing for 500 years. And then, the other one will never keep up. Because the plot hole makes their story like a wheel that doesn't turn or something. Well, I mean, look how long religion has lasted. I'm not sure that that's really. Well, people got smarter. Yeah, all these contradictions. The Skeptics Annotated literally like has contradictions. No, that might an algorithm for is something is just bullshit. Where's a good one? By topic. What's like a really important one that people their homosexuality might be good? Oh. There's nothing listed. Unless the thing is fucked up. Women? Who's the blame? And Adam was not deceived, but woman being deceived was in the transgression. By one man's sin entered into the world, and death by sin. Paul ignores Eve and infers that Adam's sin brought the death. Is it Adam's or Eve's fault? I mean, neat. Like, would you stop with this shit? Like, it really is like, okay, was it Hansel or Gretel that went to the fucking... Is it Hansel or Gretel's fault? The fault's with the parents, so it's God's fault. See, that shit's funny. Like... It's your fucking parents, that means it's God's fault. And yeah, I'm speaking as an atheist. You know, everything is ironic and... Should women have the same right? Of course. I mean, what kind of moron? For ye are all one. And then, like... Yeah, because it was whatever's clever. This shit was edited, mistranslated, and used to control people. Like... A lot of things will say both of whatever, because it's whatever is clever. Is dancing a sin? Yes. No. I'm not even gonna read this stuff because it makes me feel nauseous. Like, the level of stupid and the way that it was taken as, like, this is history and fact. It makes me nauseous. Are we to be punished for other people's sin? You know, whatever you wanted to say, just pick one. That's how it's bullshit. I mean, you could get, like... I mean, maybe that's a good one to, like... Okay, do you want to be punished? No, right? Especially for shit other people did. So, like, any random fucking person would probably pick one of these. That God doesn't punish people for their actions. But someone that wants to punish you, has one out for you, wants to hurt you, might pick one of these. Where it says that they could punish you because of somebody else. And then who would you rather, like... Someone that is on your team, or someone who's trying to, like, fuck with you? I mean, that's gotta, like, wake up. It is weird that the homosexuality one was just empty. It's like there's something that was written there before, because why else would you have the good, the just, and the righteous? Is anyone good? No. No human is good, not even Jesus. Oh, and then people just pick and choose and make a big speech, whatever they wanted to, and has spent thousands of years kind of wasting everybody's life with this shit because they didn't know what else to think, and this person seemed like they knew stuff. And instead of reading like actual history books or science or learning things, it was about like, you're gonna listen to this once a week and then go to work, have babies, do it again for like how many generations? And then fast forward to some future where fuckers like, they think they're in an army and they haven't even read this. Like, this was what I was doing with I created this thing called the Age, and like based on the Age of Reason. I haven't actually read the Age of Reason, by the way. Don't let me sound too smart. Um, I get the gist. Uh, Summary. Yeah, you can say you're a pain in the ass. Is corrupt, miraculous claims are false, promoting moral duties. My own mind is my own church. That's really nice, actually. Um, God is best understood through rational observation. It's like a half step to atheism, yeah. Institutional churches are human inventions designed to control people and monopolize power. Called that. Bible is a collection of myths. Yeah, you would never burn the Bible. It's a historical document. You'd never like just pretend it never happened, but you take it in a totally different context. And I mean, by didn't happen, like the fact that they spent thousands of years, and that was sometimes the only book people had. Like, but yeah, we're at 2007, this stuff, my The Age emails, and I got in trouble. I think the email was about, I remember doing one about like Noah and the whale, and one about um Abraham killing his kids, because they would tell us that story like a lot. Um, but it came out of this concept, like, uh, yeah, if I could find, I spelled it wrong. We're literally like stealing your apartment for. It took you 5 years too. Like, and no one, like, why didn't anybody stop you? I don't know. Fuck off and die somewhere else. Like, get out of my room. You know, there's 1,900 open apartments all throughout the city. You could have just like, if you're gonna be a fucking criminal about it, why don't you just go live in one of those? Ew. Right, because the idea, they're not being attacked by poor people. They don't have money for gasoline. You're being attacked by fucking overpaid, goddamn overpowered idiots that they had plenty of money for gas and they probably have a mansion with a 2-car garage. They had nothing to do all day. I don't know what the fuck. The Genesis chapter 22. The past. That one. And then they're like, just kidding. Don't kill your kid. Since you were willing to kill your only son for me. See, all of these people, they were trying to fucking control you. Make you think you were supposed to die for something. That should be like an immediate red flag. That someone's telling you you needed to die for anything. The military, religion, it doesn't matter what the fuck. Even like love. Like Romeo and Juliet shit. Red flag. They're up to something. Fuck them. No, we built our whole lives around this concept. I noticed. It sucks. I want to hear what she says.
I want to start off this story by saying a couple things. First of all, there is no way to redeem this story, in my opinion. What I mean is the premise that God would ask a person to go kill their child, that doesn't belong in religion. That doesn't belong anywhere in religion, in my opinion. That you would go strap your child down and place him, her, them on a pyre, on a pile of wood.
My brain automatically said, oh man, I wish he hadn't said in my opinion. But then it's like, wait, that is kind of the point. Secular people know that they're only speaking for themselves. They're not trying to pretend that they got like a hand upstretched to God and God is like giving them radio signals. They know they're just speaking for themselves and everyone has a right to speak for themselves. And then you get like what democracy was really supposed to be like. Everyone has a voice and a chance to speak for themselves, should be representing themselves. Not whole demographics of people, not. Yeah, you get 1 for a million e pluribus unum misunderstood concepts. Like, yeah, we build a super bot out of what everybody else's opinion is or something. and then they can just do the work for us, and we'll keep on fucking around on our yachts or whatever the fuck people do. That you know that you're just speaking for yourself, and so it's actually really humble and modest, and all these other words, like, and more accurate and honest. When you say, like, this is just my opinion, this is what I think, where I'm coming from, my perspective. But it's like automatically geared in the religious mind, or the ones that I've been around, some of the ones that I've been around, that like, oh, you're self-centered. Like, who cares what you think? You, the individual, does not matter like that. God's word is somehow like, and you're just listening to your pastor instead of this other person. And you're giving the pastor the benefit of the doubt when it's just their fucking opinion. And you see how, like, yeah, I guess it's the idea of authority and who really has it and how much. You only are ever speaking for yourself. The pastor is only ever speaking for themselves. You just, like, don't critique them the same way you're gonna obviously jump on someone who's telling you that everything is bullshit. But it's always just your fucking opinion, man.
Kindling and slit their throat and then set them on fire. Not okay with that in any way, shape, or form. I don't care that God produced a lamb to replace Isaac on that altar. I don't care. It is stunningly abusive. It's awful. It's an awful thing for someone to think that their God is testing them with. Stay far, far away from that God that would test people's faithfulness to them in that kind of a way. Far, far away. Okay? Just no room for that. I'm not a parent. I've never brought a child into the world. I've helped others parent their children or supported others as they parent children. I absolutely adore my nephews. I've loved all the children I've been around, that I've been have a chance to be a part of their lives. It's so deeply appalling to me that this is a part of the story. And what the traditions have done with it is really quite remarkable, right? The Muslim tradition, so Islam has said that it's not Isaac, but it's Ishmael, whom Abraham sacrificed. And actually, in their tradition, he actually was killed, and God brought Ishmael back to life. And then the Christian tradition has done this really stunning thing with this story, and they've created.
Oh, I'm sure she's right, because they wouldn't post this if it wasn't fact-checked, but I want to check. I've never heard that before. The difference. Yeah, again, killing stuff. You don't have to kill anything. Even you don't have to kill anything. I mean, can't you just under the dynamic of, like, why would this be useful to people in power that want you to be an army, that expect you to go do things they would never do themselves so they can keep their hands clean? It's indoctrinating you into an army. And, like, that you should be willing to die, because then what, they don't feel bad for your death either? That creates, like, a cognitive dissonance issue if people didn't want to die. Yeah, it's this bad leader shit. This one says God intervenes and does a ram instead and saves Ishmael. son offered and that both were willing to die kind of contradicts what she said a little bit, because I don't see. Oh, yeah, compared to Judaism, too. Isaac was the son of Abraham, wife Sarah. I mean, if we didn't even have to think about this shit, you know how much time you'd have to do science instead? Like, just be a good person. I mean, there's other ways to, like, train character into people than this. Especially now. Yeah, go watch fucking Star Trek or something. I don't know. But, like, better. Yeah, don't just leave it at Star Trek, but it's such an easy thing to say. Star Trek and the Twilight Zone and. Well, I don't know any uh, shows from other countries that do the same thing, but I'm sure there's some equivalent. Or there would have been. Yeah. A lot of guys are just like, but they had multiple wives. That's all we really care about. We just want more than one wife. We just want this to be cool. Like, are the wives allowed to have more than one husband? Because it's not really fair, is it? And you want to spend all your days just being like jealous of and hurt from each other. I mean, what a waste of time again, but whatever. Like, that's yeah, a whole other thing of like how we could, if everything is kind of inevitably indoctrination, how do you teach people like the best possible way to be in love, have a respectful relationship, get what you need from it, and not kind of like, you're not holding people hostage in their own lives, yeah. But you're also like choosing who you want to be with actively. Like you're attracted to them, but you also are choosing them. Cause yeah, the otherwise you are just like kind of fucking around and finding out. Really wish they weren't making my room smell like garbage. It's like they're gonna do that until you yell out the window. And then they'll go away for like 2 hours and come back later. It's fucking awful. Yeah, so I'm being tortured, by the way, in my room. It is like that. And what, they come back the next day with a camera crew so they can like get a video of it. Because they know that you're going to yell out your window, you've been fucking with me for 5 years, and they want to get like a movie of it. So you can't even have the same response every day. Because how dare you, fucking psycho, get away from me. No one wants to be in your fake movie. Like, go away. I want Muslim and Jewish. Is there any other culture that has this in it? Hold on, read this first. No, things don't have to be spelled perfectly. It's smart enough to figure out what you meant. Mariah. Yeah, people have based their entire lives on this stuff. I know. An angel stops the sacrifice. God sends an angel to stop it. Key differences. It still doesn't say that in the Muslim one they kill the kid. And then do like a Lazarus comeback thing. Yet someday it will be taken just like fairy tales. With the strength of a fairy tale. Like, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Understanding of the stories. But yeah, are you scared of like what's the most ridiculous one I can think of? Well, sometimes fairy tales are like more practical. Like yeah, there's some bitch that might kill you, but like she sucks. It's not God. Like so, well, I don't know that I want. It just seems like a really important point that she made, and it doesn't. I don't. You have to be accurate, and that takes time. It's not her fault. It takes like hundreds of years to make this accurate. In Islam, do they kill Ismail and bring them back? This says no. It's that they replace them with a ram thing again. Well, yeah, I'm not here to downplay any particular religion. It's religion as a whole. And I have just been mostly fucked with by Christianity stuff. What is this? Danny Dumpster. That's such a gross name because of being attacked with garbage smell. Held message because they tried to be gross. Great. I mean, my auto mod told you to fuck yourself, dude. I don't even know anybody named Danny, so that's real. There's yeah, these people are trying to like stalk you and then make you leave the internet. So you have an IP address, Danny Dumpster, and maybe someday they will find you. Way to just be a creep on purpose. Well, the police have nothing to do. Nobody needed them or wanted them. So maybe if they attack regular civilians, someone will need the police again, and there'll be a reason to pay them $200,000 fucking dollars a year. Because right now there's not. Something like that. Come on, somebody has to like fuck with the girl so that we get money. Get the fuck off my page. Oh man, every time that you're right about anything, someone ruins it. You notice that? Like, they just can't handle it. Don't know what to do with themselves. Get a life. So glad that it'll be remembered for all of time. Well, no, yeah, I feel like you need to go to Twitch and block them more completely. There. Report. Chat. Um, gross. It's gross. How fully. There you go. Hi. Yeah, it makes me sad, like, there's no one else in the universe. Really? Fuck this, man. Oh, and then there's also that thought. Like, somebody's a gold digging idiot. They think that they're gonna harass me and then blame Twitch for it. Dude, you're the fucking problem. Would you go away and stop fucking with people? I don't know, go scrub a toilet. If I hadn't been made disabled, I would be standing at a cash register, hopefully as a bud tender, that would be the best, or as a janitor. I'd be scrubbing toilets like I've been doing since I was 10. Why don't you go scrub a fucking toilet? They always need more cleaning people because there's always people fucking shit up. Like, I don't know, instead of trying to, like, see if maybe you can rip off a company someday. I got better shit to do. And now, yeah, again, they made me disabled. I can't fucking stand for, like, longer than 20 to 45 minutes. I absolutely hate the motherfuckers that did this to me. I don't really want to finish watching this because she messed it up. Sorry. I'm sure, yeah, she could be right about everything else. But I don't know what else she's gonna say, and... Well, yeah, I should all... Everything I'm doing is like a rough draft. I'm not claiming that I got all of my facts right, but I do try to back up what I'm saying by, like, using the Google... using the Google. I mean, what is that? You know, for... Like, if you wouldn't do it in real life, you don't do it online. You would never go up to somebody and say, "Can I have a kiss for Christmas?" Don't do it on the internet. Like... And then it's like, oh, but you know, these like 13, 14, 15-year-old girls, They're just trying to be fun, and they thought you, and then they like do a little, and they think it's fun. Yeah, they don't know how gross you are. It isn't like dead set. Like they haven't been, I don't know, maybe stalked yet outside their apartment. And so you're like a very real person that's very like not what they want in their life. I don't know, cuz yeah, if I was younger and just like having fun, would it have been like, "Oh, whatever. They just want me to blow them a kiss. It's online and I'm safe. Get the fuck away from me." And stop fucking with my goddamn archive, protest, stream of consciousness. Yeah, really. When I first started on here, it's like just like show me your tits type stuff. You would never go up to somebody outside of Mardi Gras, maybe in New Orleans, because like everyone expects that. That's what I wouldn't go. You know what I mean? I'm not. I wouldn't deliberately go to Mardi Gras in New Orleans. At least not. Yeah, not. Would you have done it when you were younger with your friends? And it's just supposed to be like, oh, we're sexy and cool. There's like a different vibe to that. And yeah, you're just like, you've been an awkward teenager. The first time you feel hot, you do things other hot people do. Yeah, let's go to the strip clubs. It's fun. It's hot. It's spicy. And like, I don't have the like. What word do I want? Because I'm not trying to like downplay other people. If you're being spicy, that's fun. I feel tortured and used as some kind of like political theater puppet. I'm not really like in the mood. That's also part of like just feeling fucking harassed. I'm sure there's plenty of people that haven't been fucked with and they're having a good time. I wouldn't take that away from them. I've been to strip clubs, obviously, but like I had a boyfriend. You know, going with like it felt different. I would never go by myself. Is it a guy club? Because no, they're probably gay if it's a guy club. Like, there's like not like a straight or straight leaning. Yeah, there wasn't. I'm angry because there's not a word that's just like I'm accepting of the human body. People are hot, but like I mean, I don't really want a pussy in my face. But you look awesome. Yeah, what word is that? Like, and yeah, I'm not. Somebody told me once that I should just be down for anything. Um, and well, I'm not just down for anything. I'm like really over it. I don't need to have an orgy. I don't need to make out with a girl to impress you. I'm upset that it feels like I don't have like anybody that like actually gives a shit about me, that I might have even been hate fucked. Like, you know, it was like a consensual interaction, but they did that to hurt me with no intention of ever like. It wasn't even like trying you on, it was like deliberate targeted attack. And they knew that they were gonna like hurt you and then leave. That's a hate fuck. And that's something no one ever taught me, that that was something people would do. Yeah, the things don't work out. That's a different, like, oh, I really like you. I really like you. Doesn't matter the gender, whatever the combination. I like you. I like you. They try stuff out. It doesn't work out. You go your separate ways. You move on. That's normal. Again, it's more like the one person, yeah, they targeted you. They knew that they were going to hurt you emotionally and physically. And like, they knew they were also going to leave you hanging. That's fucked up. That's a hate fuck. No sincere interest is, yeah, a good way to put it, but like, I wish I didn't feel coached into what I'm saying. I can speak for myself. Right, the stupid book The Game comes to mind. The Game and the Red Pill kind of like fucked up a lot of maybe what would have been like genuinely cool guys. No, not the Matrix. They commandeered this from the Matrix. And yeah, it sucks that you have to associate it with Reddit, but because Reddit is like going to a mall that has everything in the world in it, and one of the stores is this like bullshit stuff, but it's got everything that could ever be discussed. That women are hypergamous, manipulative, and that feminism was harmful to them. Sometimes I think someone is fucking with everybody that they can so that you guys will just fight. Because if you fall in love and you have like positive lives and you live longer, like that's what they didn't want that. They want you to fight, have broken relationships, and be stressed out all the time and unhappy. And by like, yeah, degrading civil rights, you definitely make people fucking unhappy. I don't feel good. I want to eat again, as if my body is like searching for dopamine. Yeah, it's a whole other topic. You need dopamine to function. Sleep, sunshine, music, food, sex. It's funny, it doesn't say sex. That's like the most obvious, like orgasm. And of course, drugs. But can you do good drugs? Some drugs suck. Yeah. And they've built an entire universe based around fucking with your dopamine levels. They have spent a lot of time trying to like tell you to fuck yourself about things like that are obvious and instinctual. And yeah, it thousands of years of evolution with like cannabis and sex. Not even sex. Orgasm specifically. Like you can do that by yourself. Like because what they wanted to find ways to control people. Because go pet a cat. I mean, I miss my cat dearly, but that's never going to be the same kind of dopamine. And that's why marijuana is medicine. Yeah, a deliberately unhappy planet. This uploaded, right? Yeah. Because it has one view. Did I view it? Music is kind of a interesting angle to look at dopamine. I wanted to use a different picture for this. It didn't. Change. Fuck Duterte. All the things they talk about, like every single day, they're just like left open from yesterday. I gotta have a picture of this from like last week. I swear it said like 77. And then it says 170 something, 204. Well, it makes it look like the numbers were going down when it like skyrocketed up. Maybe they had late information. Not be updated. And will resume on January 6th. Great. We want you to feel, I don't need you to, what? It's called negging. They're like trying to deliberately like degrade you so that you have to like say why you're awesome or something. I already know I'm awesome. I don't care if you think so. Get the fuck out of my room. Obviously, terrorists that have nothing to do all day are not awesome. Like, and that's what you are to me. Fucking I'm like stuck in my room and you like circle my apartment like pirates every fucking day. Get the fuck away from me. I guess I'm gonna make lentils. Well, I gotta practice what I'm gonna say for court. You know, I shouldn't have to even do this. Like, it's not justice that I even have to deal with this at all. It's not right. It's fucking bogus. And then the idea that it doesn't matter what you say. The fuckers want to get rid of you, and they're not gonna listen to you. And then you have to just hope they don't show up at your door or something, which kind of makes you like a squatter. Yeah, it makes it even harder for you to fucking, like, get help. What the fuck is the point of the situation? Like, I'm not a squatter right now, but, like, if they go and they try to, like... I mean, and again, like, how many different ways can you explain, like, the building I live in is not like a regular apartment building. And they're just deliberately not helping me. What the fuck words am I supposed... I feel like there are no words I can put together for you to listen, because you just don't want to listen. Or you would have listened 2 years ago. And I wouldn't even be in the situation I'm in right now. And then someone just shut my fucking speaker off again. They want you to scream or something. Like, you're fucking psycho. Yeah, drive away, asshole. There's a fucking traffic camera on the street where I live. There's when they shut the fucking speaker off, there's always the sound of like a car driving away. But it's like the street's been shut off. There's nobody here for like years on end now. It's not like there's so much traffic there's always a car driving by or a truck that heavy that like makes a sound I can hear in my room. It's like always, and I mean, for all I know, it's coming from inside the building. They just want to act like it's something outside. Because, I mean, that's all you're fucking surrounded by, actors. Who, like, really, yeah, they must have something to lose. And they got plenty of time to do fucking nothing but stalk you. Should have just left me the fuck alone. I don't know. They got some kind of Bluetooth interrupter, universal remote or something. I don't know. How the fuck they shut my speaker off. And yeah, they want to make you scream out of nowhere so you look like a fucking idiot or something. Fuck with your cortisol levels. Maybe they can make you have an aneurysm. That's like their best bet. It's fucking assholes. But yeah, there's satellite images. There's traffic cameras. There's like 101 ways that someone could figure out what the fuck. You hope there's somebody that's like, they've been watching. They noticed every single time someone fucked with you. And they just can't say anything right now, but they're gonna. If it takes like 20 years, they're gonna say something. So eventually, hopefully you don't die by the time they speak up. But yeah, eventually. This is the next 100 years just written out. If someone was born January 1st of 2026, they'd be 100. You can almost guarantee everybody alive on the planet right now today will be gone by 2126. More or less. They find super life extending technology, outside of that, maybe. Everyone lives to be 123. But yeah. Most people will be gone. And what they might do COVID again. And you just like you never thought about 1918, you're not going to fucking have any awareness to think about 2020. Who knows? Like, feel extremely formulaic. Yeah, I don't want that to happen. Sometimes I think people are trying to make you write an essay about why you get to be alive. Because they don't have a good reason or something. Write your own fucking essay. Yeah, I mean, they have to be richer than I've ever been in my life. The people fucking with me. So they're taking advantage of me because I'm poor, have no family, have nowhere to go. I don't want to be in a cult, so it's not like, oh, boo-hoo, I should have joined the Idiots Anonymous. Cults make you do fucked up things. They don't tell you the truth. They want you to be obedient, stupid, and easy to use. And they don't expect you to live, like, as long as you possibly could. You're expendable. Fuck cults. You say, what else would I be doing all day? I could be working at night or during the day. Again, as a bud tender, though usually closes at 10. A cashier, second shift, again, usually closes at 10. A janitor overnight was a job I've had a couple times. I mean, I would be walking outside, going to work, doing my job, going home, using my body. So it has atrophied in a way that is scary to me. I also got like a concussion in April. I don't think these fucking people even genuinely care about science enough to appreciate, like, I'm hurt. But yeah, I'd be like having some job, making minimum wage, paying my rent, living in my apartment, whether I had friends or not, because friends came and went. Not even sure who was really my friend. Shit's sad. But, I probably would have met new, different people. Oh no, can't have that. I'm gonna be 36 tomorrow, and I'll be 40 in 2030, 50 in 2040, 60 in 2050, 70 in 2060, 80 2070, 90 2080, turn 100 in 2089, December 25th. You know, if I make it that long. Whatever could you expect? Presidents, Congress, Senate, wars, popularity contests, movies and music, and you know what is life? Work, jobs, kids born, people die, tragic accidents, nature, climate change, new things, new energy sources, new technology, new inventions, new. Unless you don't let that happen for some reason. Yeah, really. What is life? I mean, all that shit all the time. What is the alternative? Like, no, we just pick some people, they go build pyramids on Mars. And what do the people not building the pyramids do? Like, eat fruit in the sun, fucking have cannabis, and is that what they would do? Or well, it's yeah, that's me. And in that dystopian concept, it's like I wouldn't want to be somebody that goes and builds shit on Mars. Thanks. I don't think that's better. It's like a punishment. Like you're just gonna keep enslaving women and other people you deem as sex objects. Like, because yeah, no doubt about it, they've got a bunch of guys too, and people that call themselves non-binary, whatever's spicy. Being used as sex slaves. Because they wouldn't want to go kill someone, is my best guess. They were hot and they weren't going to go to war. Yeah, are you really doomed to a brotherhood of men, or are you going to have humankind more like the way it's supposed to be? I have to remember to let that boil longer than I would have. Oh, it's just an awful sci-fi. Imagining these like really aggro type men. Not all guys, obviously. These certain kinds of guys that want to stand on the top of a mountain. And then they enlist women that either love them to blindness, like don't care about what happens to anybody else. They're like nihilists. Or also gay women that like, well, they get to like be in love, but the guys are gonna watch them and exploit that they're gay. And then creating this like, again, not all, but whoever would be like willing to be useful. And then you get the layer of people that like would not let you use them. And just like that tiered system of, yeah, the lower you are on the pyramid, the more you're like a slave. And unhappy, of course, because you're not complicit with the genocide. But the farther up it goes, like, it's not like they're homophobic or racist or sex, but like, because they've got some of everybody. It's just the people that are willing to be used. And then the people that aren't. And then someone calls it progress. That's the end of my potatoes. When did the microphone pop off? So what? I have to repeat myself? Seriously? You have a universe where there's a tiered system of people willing to be used and ones that aren't. And then they say that they've made progress because the ones willing to be used have all different sexualities and races and classes and whatever. But they're the ones willing to be used versus the ones that aren't. And it's a dystopian nightmare. And then I said, you know, I ate the last of my potato flakes and I get 4 cheese sticks a day, rationed out. And I've already eaten 3. It's not even noon. But that's fine. YOLO. And I'm not trying to be funny, it's just the truth. If something is funny, like, I don't know, cosmic irony. I think that's everything I said. Yeah, I'm like really sick of feeling like somebody. Sometimes the microphone goes off on its own. And I think sometimes someone's fucking with it. The speaker is way more likely that someone's fucking with it, unless it's unplugged. And it's almost never unplugged. Ugh. Keep acting like someone can even do this shit to you, like drive around all day and yell things into your room. God, it's just so fucking stupid. Yet, where did this concept ever come from? I mean, they must have been doing it since like the 80s, 70s, 60s, who knows? Before the internet. And what, they're just like fucking with people that were disabled, essentially, like, or had some medical issue? Like, they wouldn't have just stayed inside for fun. No, even you want to pretend somebody's like some kind of like, I don't know, shut in. In what sense is that not like an empathetic condition? Oh, they're doing drugs all day. Well, they had to leave the apartment to get their drugs if they were doing drugs that are illegal. Marijuana is legal. You can get it delivered to your fucking door. It's legal. But if you were doing illegal drugs, you'd have to leave the apartment to get it. So you still would have gone outside at some point. And yeah, that's definitely part of this fucking like screwed up bullshit situation because Measure 110 passed in Portland, in Oregon. And it was like everything was about breaking up the voting block. That's what was really going on here. Sabotaging the voting block that let this pass until there's nobody left. And that's all they're fucking doing. They don't give a shit. They got paid. They don't care, whatever the fuck. And on some level, I almost don't care anymore. Like, I wanted things to be medicalized and standardized to help people and not criminalize them. But, like, cannabis is legal. That's my medicine. Like, I was good personally. In a way that now I've been so, like, fucking attacked by idiots. Like, did they put everybody that was outside on another drug? And then, like, kept them here like it's like a jail? Because they rescinded Measure 110. Fucking slowly killed them or something. I don't know what level of horror to really. Fucking bad news bears. Yeah, it's just like Duterte shit. He's going to the International Criminal Court, and so should they. If that's what they fucking did. And then you can listen to Carl Hart, but I think he's being sabotaged. So it's hard for me to just so easily suggest him now. Exactly. It's like, no, dude, they already killed all these people. They just wanted you to be on the same page. They wanted you to be angry and hateful and not care anymore either, so that they could feel like they had done something right that was never going to be the right thing to do. Like killing the patient to cure whatever you thought was wrong with them. And you were a bad doctor in the first place. Like, just didn't care anymore. Yeah, they got a bunch of people on opioids, and that's why they're doing stupid shit they would never do. It's not the opioids, it's a outsider making them do stuff so they can have their medicine. It's keeping the people in poverty and keeping it criminalized so they can control them. Some shit. Why doesn't this taste good? I don't know what the fuck people pretending that you should have died in your 60s or something. What is wrong with you? You live to be over 100. What kind of fucking scam is that? Well, if they can trick you out of your own life, they want to. Oh man, I hope I outlive the people that do that shit. Whatever cult you're in, you really need to, like, fuck off. Yeah, if you deliberately hurt me, you know that you did. I don't have to guess, like. Yeah, right now I'm mad because I feel defeated before I've even started. Like, they're gonna really just try to find a way to evict me. As if it was ever, like, legal in the first place. It's not. If my muscles were just the same as they were 5 years ago. Which would also mean I could sing. Can't even sing anymore either. Well, I'd at least feel better. I feel like so completely fucking powerless. And it's like, yeah, some 90-year-old lady wanted you to feel that way. Whose muscles aren't strong enough to defend herself. Yeah, Cher was on SNL last night. She's like 80, almost. I'm sure if you just like got to do your own thing, your whole what it wasn't for money, it wasn't for a show, it wasn't like, but just been able to like use your body. Probably would have lived a lot longer. I've practically been sitting in the same position for 5 years. I lost, yeah, a bunch of weight out of nowhere while I've been in here. Went down to 144 pounds in 2023. Yeah, which I attribute to cannabis. I had 4 grams a week of dabs. Um, a diet that was from Misfits Market slash Imperfect Foods, so a lot of like fruits and vegetables. As we get some cheese, some ramen, rice. Um, and then like I bought 2 vibrators, like was vibing it up. So I guess that's where, yeah, my heart rate, just for myself, for my own personal, like, you shouldn't have been fucking with me because I use a vibrator. Um, and I went down to 144 pounds. Where's the history button? But there wasn't like more exercise than that. And I mean, it is still kind of like just in the same place. That's all the data. October 12th, 2022. Oh, it's going to be annoying. So it starts October, and I'm 191. I was 200 pounds in like 11th grade when I was 16. So kind of used to that number. But then February 20th, I start going down 177, 60. By August 31st, 2023, I was 144. And then it wavers a bit. Why is it doing? And someone keeps driving away when it shuts off. Like, fucking psychopaths. Yeah, the cops are gonna just be like, oh, I guess we will step in to monitor the street. And they're the same fucking people that were here already. Yeah, there's nobody to call for help. It's fucking stupid. $44. And then, yeah, it went way back up to 204 again. And it's been going like up and down. Was 177 in November. Maybe I just need to like close the whole thing, but I'm almost done anyway. $177 in November. Went back up again. And on the 20th, I weighed myself at 190. Yeah, that BMI 34 to 36. Yeah, so I lost muscle and gained fat. And like that's I think part of why it's harder to fucking move around. And it's noon. Oh my god, the idea they keep using the same concepts of like home and love and trust and what? I'm so sick of your fucking mental illness. Get out of my room. These words obviously mean something to someone else that they don't mean to me. Get out of my fucking room. People talking about soothsayers and shit. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Go write an essay on Twitch yourself. Like, get out of my fucking life. I think someone tried to come up with some fucking reason after the fact for why they were stalking your apartment. There is no good reason. You don't get a good, you're assholes that were stalking me. You're human rights violators. Get the fuck away from everyone. I don't give a fuck who it is. Like, and then you hear a crashing sound from upstairs. As if they want to, like, confirm that they are fucking around. Because you don't hear anything from upstairs or next door between 2015 and 2020. Nothing. Like, they don't even live there. It's fucking psycho. And then, yeah, they're stalking and terrorizing me and threatening me with eviction and homelessness. Like, they kind of wish you would kill yourself. I'm never killing myself for you. You can deal with what you did to me. Fuck you. No, no one's trying to what something is like and blah, blah, blah. You're fucking full of shit. Get the fuck away from me. As if, like, that, well, this is job security. We have no reason to fuck. Yeah, you never had a reason to fuck with anybody. You're right. You should have fucked off and found a different job. Yeah, my room itself is like, you wouldn't want someone else to move in here. They know exactly how to fuck with you. Yeah, the term bargaining, I'm not in any kind of agreement. The fucking payment plan thing I had to sign should be void anyway. You can't, like, let me die and then expect money from me. That's like a debt bondage scam. No one was ever trying to be a leader anymore, was like a thing. So that's also like a sick joke. Whatever the fuck your demented concept of a leader is. Everything was so much more progressive like 5 years ago. And just got like trapped in some idiot's brainstem that they never updated themselves. Yeah, all the right words and all the right concepts and all the right new progressive, and it's like it all died. Yeah, a world that was beyond money. It's all fucked up. I could watch Democracy Now! I could watch Hassan Piker. I could watch them at the same time. Just watch them at the same time. The juxtaposition is always interesting.
I can't find the actual. I can't find the video that I don't know where it is. Oh, here.
It's pretty funny.
Here, this is one of them.
Everybody hates her. Like, why wouldn't you hate her? If you are a lifelong career reporter, journalist, editor, producer, whatever, okay? And you've sucked a mountain of dicks, okay? Every day is a climb on Dick Mountain, and you're sucking it, okay? And then Barry Weiss, who objectively sucked less dicks, but the right kind of dicks, gets one on you. And now she's commanding the entire franchise. You're like, what do you mean? I've been climbing Dick Suck Mountain every goddamn day. You mean to tell me that you could helicopter your way to the top because you sucked one cock? That's
Venezuela's accused the United States of the greatest extortion in history as the Trump administration ramps up economic and military pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. During an emergency UN Security Council meeting Tuesday requested by Venezuela, Russia and China strongly condemned the Trump administration's escalating attacks, including the seizure of Venezuelan oil tankers and the relentless bombings of boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific Ocean. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, told the Council the Trump administration...
Sometimes you just gotta crack your knuckles, roll up your sleeves, and get to town.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
That's what a job feels like to me.
Venezuela's accused the United States of the greatest extortion in history as the Trump administration ramps up economic and military pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. During an emergency UN Security Council meeting Tuesday requested by Venezuela, Russia and China strongly condemned the Trump administration's escalating attacks, including the
all the other people
seizure
look at
of
that. Yes, I need a
Venezuelan
real job.
oil tankers and the relentless
people that are
bombings of
at
boats in
varying
the
different levels
Caribbean
on,
and the Pacific
Dick Suck
Ocean.
Mountain, they're going to
U.S.
look up and be like, how the
Ambassador
fuck
to
you
the
get
UN,
there?
Mike Waltz, told the council the Trump administration would be imposing sanctions on Maduro to the maximum extent. As critics warn, the United States is ushering in a regime change to appropriate Venezuela's resources. Venezuela holds the world's largest oil reserves. Meanwhile, Venezuela's National Assembly's passed a law enacting harsh penalties for piracy in response to the U.S. seizure of Venezuelan oil tankers. This is Venezuelan Assembly member Jorge Rodriguez.
Cash Patel.
En
as the director of the FBI, right? Donald Trump likes him, puts him in charge of the FBI. All of a sudden, FBI's falling apart. Dan Bongino, another great example. Alina Habba, another great example as Attorney General. There are a million examples of this, as a matter of fact, with Donald Trump and the Donald Trump reign.
The law is approved unanimously.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz is walking back his comments that Israel plans to resettle the Gaza Strip after suggesting the Israeli military would never leave the besieged enclave. Speaking at a settlement in the occupied West Bank, Katz mentioned Israel could establish military outposts in northern Gaza.
Sends out this email, says, hi all, right now the majority of Americans say they do not trust the press. It isn't because they're crazy. To win back their trust, we have to work hard. Sometimes that means doing more legwork. Sometimes it means telling unexpected stories. Now remember, the reason why all of this stuff gets leaked is because everybody hates it.
As we said,
for good reason.
We trust the Rock of
There's
Israel
like jealousy as well.
and the IDF in defending
most
Israel.
Of the people hate her because they're like, you have never done
jihadist enemies of this kind.
You have never
and Israeli
done
enemies
any
of
real
this
journalism.
Kind.
Like
Since
you've never
the U.S.
worked
brokered ceasefire went into effect in October, Israel's constructed at least 13 new military outposts inside Gaza, primarily located along the Yellow Line in eastern Khan Yunis, according to satellite imagery reported by Dropsite News. This comes as a former close aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Netanyahu asked him after Hamas's October 7th attack to come up with a plan to avoid blame for Israel's security failure. Netanyahu's former spokesperson, Eli Feldstein, made the accusation in an interview as he faces trial for allegedly leaking classified information to the press. In the interview, Feldstein said he was instructed by Netanyahu to silence calls for accountability. Meanwhile, Netanyahu appeared in court in Tel Aviv on Tuesday. He's facing charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. Protesters gathered outside the courthouse.
We're here this morning, the same as every week since the beginning of the trials of Benjamin Netanyahu.
There was bad workplace culture.
To make sure that these trials go as planned.
And then
that
she went to the
Mr.
same billionaires that she
does
was
not receive a
already,
pardon,
she was already caping for. And those billionaires gave her unlimited funds
for
to
the
start
crimes
the
that he's
unaccredited
being
University
judged and
Austin
the crimes
University,
that he's going to
which
be
I've covered in the
judged
past.
for.
And also
Which are the
start
more
the free
serious
press
ones.
to peddle
But
the
he's
exact same garbanzo that she was peddling at the New York Times and the op-ed side.
Swedish activist Greta Thunberg was arrested in London Tuesday for taking part in peaceful protests expressing solidarity with a group of Palestine Action political prisoners on hunger strike. Greta Thunberg sat outside the building of an insurance company holding a sign that said, I support the Palestine Action prisoners. I oppose genocide.
Barry Weiss can do it.
Unquote.
I can do it as well.
Activists said the insurance company Aspen provides services to Elbit Systems UK, a subsidiary of an Israeli weapons manufacturer.
They either look at this
Earlier
with jealousy
this year,
and say,
the British
you
government
didn't put in the work
banned
at all.
Palestine
You're
Action
incompetent,
under its
and you're
Terrorism
unlikable, and
Act.
you don't deserve this. But then
The
there's a lot of people
Palestine
who
Action
understandably
prisoners
get upset
started a
with her
hunger
because
strike
she
as
is
they await
incompetent.
trial, demanding,
is
among
incompetent.
other requests,
She
to
does
be
not have the
released
experience.
on
She's
bond.
never led a newsroom.
At least 2 of the hunger strikers have refused
Her
food
experience
for
in commanding
over
a news
50
team,
days,
in air quotes, is at the
with
Free Press, and that
doctors
wasn't a real
warning
newsroom at all.
they're
They
at
didn't do
risk
any new
of
reporting.
death.
They just pumped out the
Days
same
after
tablet
the
magazine
December
article
19th
about
deadline
how,
for the
Jews are
release
being
of all
killed in the
files
Upper
related
West Side
to
of
the
New York
late
City
serial
a million
sex
times
offender
over.
Jeffrey Epstein,
And then
and
every
under
now and then they get
enormous
really crazy
pressure,
with it and do
the
Jerusalem
Justice
Post-style
Department
coverage on
released
how,
more than
the Gaza famine is actually a
11,000
myth. That's
files
it.
Tuesday, totaling
That
nearly
was her job.
30,000
Talking about
pages
the
of
campus
documents.
woke
This includes
as,
emails
first,
sent between FBI personnel
hysterical,
back in
silly
2019
folk.
mentioning 10 possible
And then,
co-conspirators of
threat
Epstein.
to
One is
American
described
democracy.
as a, quote, wealthy businessman in Ohio. The emails
That was her
also
job. That was her
detail
position.
that,
And then
quote,
every now and then talking
3
about how,
have been
AI is
located
great,
in Florida
actually, and
and
billionaires
served
should-
grand jury
billionaires deserve
subpoenas.
more.
One in Boston, one in New York City, and one in Connecticut were located and served, unquote. Ghislaine
I asked because I'm
Maxwell
genuinely curious, not
is
to be
the
facetious, that's what
only
kind of jobs you
Epstein
work in pre-content
accomplice to be
creation.
charged
My
criminally
client
and is
Dick Suck
currently
Mountain
serving
started
a
at,
20-year sentence on
advertisement sales, my
federal
friend.
sex trafficking charges.
Where you do it both literally
The
and
Justice
figuratively.
Department is desperately looking to hire outside
Awful.
attorneys to work
Anyone
on
who's ever worked in sales will tell
redactions
you
in
it's
the
the
Epstein
fucking
files
shittiest
it
thing.
continues
And
to
it
hold.
rewards,
We'll have more on
people
this
who are
story
sociopaths.
after headlines. The Supreme Court Tuesday blocked the Trump administration's deployment of hundreds of National Guard to the Chicago area.
It
The
sucks.
High Court sided with
Anyway.
U.S. District Judge
to
April
win back
Perry,
their
who
trust, we have to
first
work hard.
blocked the deployment
Sometimes
of
it means
troops
doing
to
more
Illinois
legwork.
back
Sometimes
in
it means telling
October.
unexpected stories. Sometimes it means
In a
training our attention on topics that have been
6-3
overlooked or
decision,
misconstrued.
the
And sometimes it
majority
means holding a
wrote,
piece about an
quote,
important
"At
subject to
this
make sure it's comprehensive
preliminary
and fair."
stage,
I love that she's
the
like
government has
now
failed to
tripling down on
identify
why
a
she,
source of
she nuked
authority
the
that would
ciacab
allow
piece.
the military
In our
to
upside-down moment,
execute
this
the
may seem radical.
laws in
Such editorial
Illinois,
decisions can cause a
unquote.
firestorm, particularly on a
Illinois
slow
Governor J.B.
news week.
Pritzker
This was
hailed
not a
the
slow
ruling
news
as,
week,
quote,
lady.
a big
The
win
fuck
for
are you talking
Illinois
about?
and American
Slow
democracy,
news week?
unquote.
For who?
Just minutes after the
Epstein
Supreme Court
files were like
blocked
a
President
nuclear
Trump's
bomb
deployment
that
of
was set
federal
off.
troops to Chicago, Louisiana's
How
Republican
is this a
Governor
slow
Jeff
news week?
Landry
And the standards
announced
for fairness we are holding ourselves to,
350
particularly on
National
contentious
Guard
subjects, will
troops
surely
will
feel
arrive in
controversial
New
to those
Orleans
used to
before
doing
New Year's
things one
Eve
way.
and will stay
But to
through
fulfill our mission, it's
February.
necessary. Now,
The
what I
troops
find
are
really funny
expected
about
to
this
join
stuff
Border
is
Patrol agents who've
I
been
always ask
cracking
myself, like,
down
who is
on
this
immigrants
for?
in New
Right?
Orleans.
Because she knows this is going to leak.
Meanwhile, the
Right?
Justice
She knows this
Department
email's
is
gonna leak. She knows
suing
everybody in the
Illinois
news team
Governor
hates her,
J.B. Pritzker,
right? For
challenging
good reason,
state
for the reasons
laws
that I
that
just
restrict
described.
immigration arrests at
So
courthouses,
who is this for? Like,
hospitals, daycare
when you-
centers, and public
When you
universities.
try to make it seem as though the
ISIS'
ciacab
so-called
piece was not
Operation
ready to
Midway
go.
Blitz has led to the arrest of more than
When
4,000
you claim that the
people in the
ciacab piece
Chicago
is
area.
not ready to go, and it's
Data
actually a matter of
shows
journalistic
only
integrity,
15%
when you have none,
had criminal
and everybody knows you
offenses,
have none,
which are mostly comprised
you're just going to
of
piss off
minor
your news team
traffic
further because
offenses,
they were all
misdemeanors, or nonviolent
in
felonies.
unison saying that the piece was
Jillian
actually
Kaler, a
airtight and totally ready
spokesperson
to be
for
delivered.
Governor Pritzker,
So much so that they actually
said,
cut
quote,
trailers off of it.
the
So much
Trump
so that they actually put it on
administration's
international
masked
distribution.
agents
That's why
are
it
not
actually aired
targeting
in
the
Canada.
worst of the worst. They're harassing and detaining
It was very stupid of
law-abiding
her to try
U.S.
and spike
citizens
it
and black
at the
and
last
brown
second
people.
too. If she had
unquote.
maybe spiked it beforehand,
a federal judge
if she
ruled
had spiked it
Tuesday
before,
the
prior
Trump
to the trailer
administration
being
must
released, and
restore
prior to,
federal
like,
disaster
this being
aid
okay
to 12 states
for
that
international
refuse to
distribution,
cooperate
potentially
with
it could have been
federal immigration
avoided. But because
enforcement.
she's also doubly
The Department of
incompetent, she waited
Homeland
till the very last
Security and
moment
the
until she
Federal
figured out this is
Emergency
not a good idea.
Management
Let's
Agency,
spike it.
FEMA, had reduced more than
In any case,
$233 million
continuously
from
defending this as
Connecticut,
though it's like some
Delaware,
sort of
the
principled
District of
stance
Columbia,
for
Massachusetts,
true,
Minnesota, New York,
journalism
Rhode Island,
is so
Vermont, and
stupid.
Washington.
Especially
In a
because
statement, the
the people that
Massachusetts
worked on
Attorney
this piece,
General Andrew Joy
regardless
Campbell
of their
said,
ideological
quote, "This
predispositions,
victory
regardless of how much
ensures
they
the Trump
previously
administration
have done
cannot
pro-Israel
punish
or
states
pro-American
that
State Department
refuse to
propaganda,
help carry
are
out
a
its
million
cruel
times
immigration
better
agenda,
journalists than Barry Weiss is, because Barry Weiss
particularly
is not a
by
journalist.
denying them life-saving funding that helps prepare
Do you
for
understand?
and respond to disasters and
those
emergencies,"
people,
she said.
Even if I disagree with what they do,
The Trump
from time to
administration's
time,
banned abortion
still
care for
doing
veterans
investigative
nationwide.
reporting. Okay?
The Department of
You are
Veterans
not.
Affairs Monday issued an internal memo
Not
confirming
only do you
it'll
want
no longer
bias reporting,
provide abortion
not only do you
assistance
want
even in
reporting that
cases
actually
of
favors
rape,
the Trump
incest,
administration,
or threats to life
but you don't
and
even
health.
want to do the work. Like,
The
at this
policy
point,
shift
I would say
includes U.S.
Project
states
Veritas
where
does a better
abortion
job of, like,
is
at least
still
presenting themselves
legal.
as real
The move
investigative reporters than
eliminates
fucking Barry
abortion
Weiss does.
protections issued
I
for
despise
veterans
Project
by the
Veritas.
Biden
They do hatchet
administration in
jobs,
2022
they lie, they
after
cheat,
the Supreme
they edit
Court
things deceptively,
overturned Roe v.
but at least they
Wade.
go out and put
The
people on the
Center for
field and, like, try to
Reproductive
fucking
Rights
film them
said the rule
secretly
change
and
was
make
ushered
real, like, make
through
new
by
news,
the
right?
White
Make
House
original
Budget
reporting happen,
Director
even if it's
Russell Vogt
very clearly
and VA
filled
Secretary
with
Doug
lies and unethical.
Collins, who
They're
are
still,
openly
at the very least, trying to
anti-abortion.
make original
Nancy
reporting happen.
Northup,
Barry Weiss is not
President and
doing that.
CEO of the Center for
She is
Reproductive
commanding
Rights,
a
said in a
ginormous
statement, quote,
news team,
"Everyone should
she's
be
not even
appalled
invested in
by this heartless
creating,
policy."
you know,
President
investigative
Trump
reporting
said he
in the
would leave
direction of the Trump
abortion to the
administration that
states,
suits
but he
their
continues
propagandistic
to
purpose.
seize new opportunities to
It's
restrict it
triply incompetent
nationally,
in that
unquote.
regard. It's pretty funny. No amount of outrage, whether
The
from activist
Trump
organizations or the White House,
administration
will derail
will
us. We are
resume
not out to score
garnishing
points with
the
one side of the political
wages
spectrum or
of
win followers on
people
social
who
media.
are
We are
on
out to inform the American
default
public and
on
get the
their
story right.
student
Restoring the integrity of
loans
the news is a
starting
difficult
in
task. We can't think of a
January.
more important one. Merry Christmas and thank you, especially to
Billionaire
everyone who's
Linda
working over this holiday.
McMahon,
Yours,
head of
very
the
top
Education
Adam.
Department, told the Washington Post
Quote,
her
Charles
agency has
Gasparino,
already
one of the,
notified some
Fox Business
1,000
guys, who
student
I guess
loan
this is specifically, this kind of
borrowers
message is
that
specifically
their
tailored for,
pay
says,
will be
I know Barry Weiss is
seized.
getting a lot of heat for
Approximately
the Pull 60 Minutes
5
piece, but if
million
this comes down to
people are in
the show not
default.
airing White House comments,
This
her
comes
attackers are going to
after
look
the
very
Trump
dumb in short
administration
order.
began
That's reporting
withholding
101,
tax
even if
refunds
the
and
comments are
Social
spin.
Security
You have to run them
benefits from
in
some
any piece of this
student loan
kind.
borrowers
Now, what's
in
really stupid
default,
about
as
this
it
is,
also
of course,
slashed
60 Minutes reached out to
affordable
the fucking
repayment
White House.
options for
They
millions
did.
of
And
people.
the White House said,
Persis
no.
Yu,
The White
Deputy
House didn't
Executive
respond for
Director of
comments.
Protect Borrowers, said in a statement, quote, "At a time when families across the country are struggling with stagnant wages and an affordability crisis, this administration's
What are we
decision
doing?
to garnish wages from defaulted
So
student
going
loan borrowers is
Going
cruel,
forward, it's just an
unnecessary,
automatic
and
veto.
irresponsible," she said.
Anytime
Sudan's
Anytime the
Prime
White House
Minister
does not
presented a
respond,
plan to the United
is
Nations
automatic veto
Security
on a peace?
Council Monday seeking to end
Is that how
Sudan's
journalism is supposed to be
devastating war, which
conducted?
has led
Are you
to the
fucking
world's
crazy?
worst humanitarian crisis
Anyway, this one is
since
for
it
the journalism
erupted
nerds
in April
in the chat, and I know there's
2023.
plenty.
The
I
plan
know
would
there's
see
plenty of
the
people in this chat
UN,
that do care about
Arab
this stuff. I don't
League,
think like
and
the average
African
person cares
Union
about this.
monitor a
But ironically
ceasefire
enough,
and the withdrawal of rapid support
Barry Weiss's
forces,
actions
paramilitaries from
is exactly
territories
in
under their
line with
control.
why people despise the
RSF
media.
fighters would be
Okay?
placed in camps
It's
and
this kind of
disarmed.
attitude.
Those
It's
not
this
implicated
kind
in
of
war crimes would
propaganda
be reintegrated
that makes
into
people
society.
not trust the media.
It's highly unlikely the
Okay?
RSF will agree
You
to
can
such
try
terms.
to spike
Meanwhile, a
a
senior
ciacab
UN
story
official
by
warned the
claiming,
continued
the
flow of
administration
high-tech
didn't actually
weaponry
reach,
into
did
Sudan
not
is
respond to
worsening
our
an already
request for
dire
comment. So I guess we
humanitarian
have to,
crisis. This
you know,
is
we
UN
have to
Assistant
take a
Secretary
step
General
back and
Mohammed
never
Khalid
really release
Kayari.
any investigative reporting unless
Mr.
they
President,
actually
the
reach
continuous
out.
supply of
That's
weapons,
exactly the type of shit
increasingly
that people get
sophisticated
pissed off
and
about.
sadly remains a key driver of the conflict.
Okay.
Sudan is saturated with
You
arms.
cannot apply this standard as
Calls
long
to
as,
end these flows
as long
have
as
gone
your reporters are
unheeded,
reaching out
and there
to
has been no
principals for
accountability.
comment. They're doing
Human
their
rights
due
groups
diligence.
have called on the Trump administration
Especially if
to
they wait
end
for an
arms
extended period of time.
transfers
It's
to the
ridiculous.
United Arab Emirates
It's ridiculous.
until
This would mean that every single
it
piece of news that
stops
comes out of
arming
CBS News
RSF
going forward
paramilitaries who've
will
committed
either
genocide,
require
according
the
to an
government's
assessment by the
perspective,
State Department.
which again turns
Meanwhile,
this into
fighting
State Department
continues in
propaganda
Sudan.
or just regime propaganda, basically.
On Monday, the Sudanese army announced
Or
it had recaptured
you
a
just get an
town
auto
in
veto.
North Kordofan state.
And for the record, the White
Elsewhere,
House did
Doctors
respond.
Without Borders is warning of a rapidly spreading
As 60
measles
Minutes finalized
outbreak in
its Inside
Sudan's
Ciacab report last
Darfur
Thursday,
region,
CBS
where
sent the White House
hundreds
a
of
request for comment. A
thousands
White
have
House
been
spokesperson responded within a
displaced
few hours. The
by
quote
an
was not included in the 60 report, so judge for
offensive.
yourself whether it should have been included. The White House
In
spokesperson Abigail
Colorado,
Jackson said
longtime
60 Minutes should
immigrant
spend their
rights
time and
activist
energy
Jeanette
amplifying the stories of
Vizqueta
angel
Ramirez
parents
has
whose
been
innocent American
released from
children have
ICE
tragically been
jail
murdered
after
by
nearly
vicious
10
illegal aliens
months
that
of
President Trump are
detention.
removing from the
She
country.
reunited with her family
That's not
on
a comment on the
Tuesday
story.
following her release on
That's a
bond.
misdirection.
Vizqueta was
You are
arrested
under
in
no
March,
obligation to
ambushed
report
by
that
ICE
in the
agents
news
during
piece
her
that
work
is
break
supposed to
at
feature
Target,
the
and later
conditions
transferred to an immigration jail in
American
Aurora run by
migrants
the private
that
prison
legally came
company
into the United
Geo
States of
Group.
America, or
Jeanette
even
Vizqueta
undocumented
gained
migrants that came into
national
the United States
attention
of
in
America
2017 when
sent
she took sanctuary
CIAC
at a Denver church along with her 4 children,
due
3 of
process
whom are U.S. born, to
for no
avoid
fucking reason,
deportation.
where they actually
I spoke to
experienced
Jeanette
rape and
Vizqueta
other
yesterday.
torturous
We'll have
conditions.
more on her release later in the broadcast. And Betty Reed Soskin, the U.S.'s oldest park ranger, died at the age
Eerily
of
similar to the events that led to 60 Minutes
104,
facing conflicts of interest and emergence, spiking the biggest
104
public health
years
whistleblower
old.
story of the era,
She
and
first
producer
became a
Lois Bergman
park
quitting,
ranger
depicted here
at
in The Insider
85
here.
and worked at the Rosie the Riveter World War II Home Front National Historical Park in Richmond, California. During World War II, Soskin worked as a file clerk in a segregated union hall in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the 60s, Soskin held fundraisers to support the Black Panthers. In a 2015 interview with the Interior Department, Soskin said, quote, "When I'm on the streets or on an escalator or elevator, I'm making every little girl of color aware of a career choice she may not have known she had," unquote. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Is it newsworthy? Yes. Are we going to air it? Of course not. Why? Because he's not telling the truth. No.
Days after the December 19th deadline for the release of all files related to the late serial sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and under enormous pressure, the Justice Department has just released more than 11,000 files Tuesday, totaling nearly 30,000 pages of documents. This includes internal FBI emails from 2019 that mention 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein, including one who's described as a, quote, wealthy businessman in Ohio, unquote. The emails also note that, quote, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were located and served, unquote. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only Epstein accomplice to be charged criminally. She's currently serving a 20-year sentence on federal sex trafficking.
Directed by Michael Mann, and written by Mann and Eric Roth, based on Mary Brenner's 1996 Vanity Fair article, "The Man Who Knew Too Much." A fictionalized account of a true story is centered on the controversial 60-minute segment about Jeffrey Wigand, a whistleblower in the
for the
tobacco
release
industry,
of all
covering
files
his and his
related
CBS producer
to
Raoul
the
Bergman's
late serial
struggles as they
sex
defend his
offender
testimony
Jeffrey Epstein,
against
and
efforts to
under
discredit and suppress it by
enormous
CBS and
pressure,
Wigand's former
the
employer.
Justice Department has just
There it is.
released more than
That's what-
11,000 files Tuesday,
that's what
totaling
this
nearly
snippet is
30,000
from.
pages of documents.
1999
This
movie, Lessons
includes
Have Not Been Learned?
internal
No, of course
FBI
not.
emails from 2019 that mention 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein.
Also, here was, Steve Miller,
Including
basically,
one who's
going
described as a,
on television
quote,
and giving the
wealthy
game away.
businessman in Ohio, unquote.
Miller.
The
This
emails
is what
also
Steve Miller
note
was
that,
asked what
quote,
his opinion
3 have
was
been
about the
located in
60
Florida
Minutes
and
saga
served
with
grand
Barry
jury
Weiss, and this is what he said.
subpoenas, one in Boston, one in New York City, one in Connecticut were located and served, unquote. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only Epstein accomplice to be charged criminally.
Oh, they're
She's
not doing
currently
regime
serving a
propaganda?
20-year
doing regime
sentence on
propaganda? Fucking
federal
fire 'em.
sex
It's that
trafficking
simple.
charges.
God
This
damn, he's such a
comes after
goddamn
the
weasel, dude. He is
DOJ
such a
Monday
weasel.
briefly published
hate this son of a
thousands of
bitch so
additional
much.
documents related to Epstein. The second tranche
You
of
and Majority
documents
Report both
were
brought up the
available
insider this week.
online
I mean,
for
it's a
several
direct
hours,
one-to-one.
but
It's from
then
the same exact-
disappeared from the Justice
It is
Department's
from the
website
same
without
exact
explanation.
news
The documents
segment.
contain
60 Minutes has been around for a very
wide-ranging
long time.
references to
Okay.
Donald Trump. One
and it is,
email written by
supposed
an
to be,
assistant
like,
U.S.
premier
attorney
investigative reporting.
during
It
Trump's
obviously
first
still
term
very
in
much,
early 2020 found
plays the
Trump
role of
was a
State Department
passenger
propaganda.
aboard
60 Minutes at its
Epstein's
peak was
private
still
jet on at
obviously
least
working
8
with,
flights between
with
1993 and
Mossad, where they did that famous
1996.
piece
On at
on
least 4 of
how-
those flights, Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine
Mossad
Maxwell
had,
was also
pulled off
present.
the greatest
Trump has not been directly
terror,
accused
the
of
Beeper
criminal conduct and
assassination
claims to have
that
cut
killed
ties with
children,
Epstein decades ago. In a joint statement,
problem here, in the way that Barry
multiple
Weiss is moving, is
survivors
that
slammed the government's
you
recent
want to
document
do
dump for
good
failing to redact
propaganda,
numerous
you
victim
still every now
identities
and then
while
have
also
to
making,
criticize the
quote,
government so you
abnormal
have
and
at least the
extreme
veneer of
redactions
credibility.
with
This is a
no
reality
explanation.
that experienced news
Like
broadcasters in
page
places
upon
like the New York
page
Times understand.
completely
If she had
blacked
actually
out.
put in work at the New York Times
This
instead
is
of fucking sticking
Epstein
around,
survivor Charlene
They
Rochard
would've
speaking
recognized
on
that.
NBC.
from the outsider, as an outsider,
I'm very
I can
upset
see this
with
reality.
the
This is
justice
a big part of
system
my criticisms of the New York
because
Times. Whenever New York Times
there's
will do
full
like a good piece
pages
of
that are
investigative reporting,
totally blacked
I always
out.
tell you, especially on like,
And
you know,
I know,
especially on the
I
plight
don't know
of
about you, but
Palestinians or
my
whatever, you
name
guys
is
go,
not
what
a
the
full
fuck?
page.
Why are they doing this?
We
And I tell you all
only
the time,
ask
it's
that our
because
names
there is a push and pull here.
be
If they just
redacted.
go all push,
That's
no pull,
all we asked
people
for.
are eventually going to
So
say, oh, I know what's going
pages
on
and
here.
pages and
They have to
pages
have
of
a
black
healthy
on
balance, a
black
healthy
on
diet
black is
of real
just
reporting.
unacceptable.
Every now and then, that's why they have
On
investigative
Monday,
reporters. They have to
18
maintain a level of credibility.
survivors of
Because if they
Epstein
lose all
wrote a
credibility,
joint
then
letter
they no longer can
condemning
do
the Justice
propaganda.
Department's release of just a fraction of the files demanded
lose all
by law
credibility,
and called on
if you lose
Congress
all
to hold
credibility, then
hearings
no one
to
believes you in
ensure
moments of
the
impact,
Trump
in moments where you
administration is
have to
fully
get people to believe
complying
you.
with the
There needs to be
Epstein
a
Files
veneer of
Transparency Act.
credibility associated
This
with
is
these places so they can
Epstein
do propaganda
survivor
better.
Haley
Barry Weiss
Robson,
is just tanking the
who
reputation of
voted
CBS
for
slowly
Trump
but
in the
surely by very
2024
openly just
presidential
doing push
election,
and no pull.
responding to the new files. She was speaking on CNN.
Now, of course, in this current
At the
media
end of
environment,
the day,
maybe just
I am
simply
no
being biased
longer
in the direction
supporting
of the
this
administration will benefit
administration.
you
I
in the long run. Who knows? I mean,
any
after all, Fox
support
News
I've
is the
ever
most
given to him, Pam
successful,
Bondi,
most popular news
Cash
broadcast
Patel.
in this country.
I
So
am
who
so
knows?
disgusted
Maybe
with
it
this
does work in the long run.
administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Cash Patel both need to
But the impact of this will be
resign.
even more damaging.
And I would love to see number
Ali
47 get
Abedima says,
impeached
Barry
over
Weiss
this.
answering a 60 Minutes
This
piece critical of
comes
Trump.
as Democratic Congressmember Robert Garcia, the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, is asking the DOJ's Inspector General to investigate why the FBI failed to act on a 1996 complaint by survivor Maria Farmer against Jeffrey Epstein that he and his associates were producing child sexual abuse material. Garcia wrote, quote, "For survivors like Maria Farmer, her family, and all the people Jeffrey Epstein abused in the decades that followed this unanswered complaint, this was not merely a missed investigative opportunity. It was a profound betrayal by their own government," unquote. Meanwhile, Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna and Republican Congressmember Thomas Massey, who sponsored the Epstein Files Transparency Act, say Attorney General Pam Bondi should be held in contempt, could be fined for every day she fails to release the full Epstein files. For more on all of this, we're joined in our New York studio by Vicki Ward, longtime investigative journalist, host and co-producer of the podcast series Chasing Gillette, the untold story of the woman in Epstein's shadow, which also became a TV series by the same name. Vicki, welcome back to Democracy Now! First of all, if you can respond to what has happened so far, December 19th was the deadline. That was Friday. Now the Justice Department, days later, after releasing thousands of documents, then erasing them from the website, now calling for for attorneys in the United States to come to the Justice Department and help them redact what has been redacted, what has not been redacted. Can you respond to all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think right from get-go, right from when months ago Pam Bondi said in an interview, "Oh, I've got the Epstein files sitting on my desk." I mean, that was the first indication, I think, of the contemptuous, cavalier attitude that has gone on inside this Justice Department.
Right, she said she was going to release the
so-called files, they were there on her desk. I don't think that these thousands and thousands of pages were sitting on her desk. I mean, so, you know, and it's heartbreaking, frankly, to see these files being dribbled out. It's so against the spirit in which the victims went to Capitol Hill.
Anyway. Epstein files, new ties to Trump and Andrew, but aside from that, yeah, we got the Zelensky stuff too. And the year-end recaps are coming out as well, talking about, you know, where we're at this year, what has happened this year. I'm obviously going to be talking about that stuff as well as the end of the year nears. But before I do that, Hassan Piker wants to stream less in 2026. Did you ever do your Twitch recap? No, I did not. Every day from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Pacific time, Hassan Piker is live on Twitch. Another 20K down the line. What I do is basically AM radio, but for Zoomers, he has said. The 34-year-old streamer Hassan Abi to his 3 million followers flips between a dizzying number of tabs offering political commentary on the day's news to an audience of mostly young men. When he's not sounding off on the culture or offering dating advice, he's tearing the right-wing figures or the policy of the Trump administration. He's also 6'4" and jacked in an era when the political right is fixated on hyper-masculine attributes. This year, these credentials made Piker a subject of political and media fascination. Democratic operatives reportedly courted him. Journalists covered him at length. Strategists and pundits looked to him to understand how liberals might win over young men, a demographic that broke sharply for the GOP in 2024, which some attributed to bro podcasters and streamers like Joe Rogan palling around with Trump.
As Democrats set out to find a Joe Rogan of the left, Piker, with his cutting jawline, serious protein intake, and empathy for immigrants and trans people, came up again and again. But Piker is no Joe Rogan, and he's no standard issue Democrat either. He's an avowed socialist, an anti-imperialist, and one of the loudest critics of the Israeli government's bombardment in Gaza. He isn't even a typical bro. He's been known to rock a string of pearls or nail polish on occasion and confidently donned a maid outfit and cat ears for a video earlier this year. And Piker is still a polarizing figure. His staunchly leftist views and the brash and off-the-cuff manner in which he expresses them have spurred more mainstream establishment liberals to distance himself from him. And he's made inflammatory comments that have gotten him suspended from Twitch several times. Still, since the 2024 election, his following has steadily climbed, and he's now one of the most influential voices on the left. 1 year into Trump's second term, young men, podcast bros included, seem to be turning on the president. As Democrats look to strengthen their standing with young voters in the next year's midterms, Piker's Twitch stream might be a strategic campaign stop. Just know he hopes to stream less in 2026. And then they asked me a bunch of questions, short questions, short answers. What was the most memorable moment from this year? For me, the ICE protests in America, when ICE started turning violent on me and fellow Americans across the country. I still think that was a turning point for a lot of people, because that was the first time, especially after Chris Van Hollen demanded the extraction or proof of life for Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That was the first time Trump took a major dent in his anti-immigrant agenda. That policy became less favorable from that point on. So that was, I think, why do you keep doing that? Most right-wingers don't even care about working out that much and dating advice. Am I missing any streaker streams? No, it's Chad Vice. Which of your dreams came true? There's a 34-year-old socialist mayor who ran on affordability and defeated all odds. What do you already regret? Not taking more time off this year and not doing less politics next year. What vices are you giving up on or carrying with you into the next year? My crippling nicotine and caffeine addiction will be carried into the next year. Look, brutal honesty. Who do you think made the biggest splash this year, if not yourself? Zoran Mamdani. How did you survive the hard parts? I have an incredible community, and I'm very stubborn and very mission-focused, and I have a positive vision for the future I'm working towards, so no matter what happens, I can put my head down and keep pushing forward. What's the biggest existential threat to human life? AI, disinformation, and hatred. These three things combined make an incredibly dangerous combination. What, if anything, is giving you hope about the year ahead? I think people are very fed up with the lack of change from either major party, and I think it's causing them to look for alternatives, and it's leading them in the direction of a socialist alternative. Who's someone we should be paying attention to next year? Dr. Abdul El Sayed. What's a goal? You say climate change? Brother, AI also is further accelerating ecological collapse. Hassan has changed up so much, he isn't even saying climate change, shaking my head. Jesus Christ. What's the goal you're setting up next for yourself? Setting for yourself next year. Stream less, enjoy life more, and spend more time with friends and family. Favorite movie of the year? One battle after another. Favorite music of the year? SD Kid. Nobody's shocked to see this piece on CNN except Kai. She's permanently shocked by Hassan. Per the famous words of Hassan, old enough to count, old enough to mount. Google the video. Shame on you, CNN, for promoting someone like Piker who said that America deserved 9/11. This is why American mainstream media cannot be trusted. You should look up the term blowback. It might help you understand why 9/11 happened. Hassan is a genius with language and English idioms, and he has the hive mind thing down almost perfectly. Even AGI could learn from him. A lot of very, very upset, real CNN watchers and readers in the chat. Hassan is a contributing factor to Trump winning the election. These aren't normal CNN commentary folk. Let's be real, okay? These are the last gasp of Redditors who still, under every article or under every mention, go, but remember when Hassan was talking about Israel and was very negative about Israel? Let me try to paint him in a bad light because he was very mean to Israel, not realizing that doesn't present me in a bad light at all. No matter what you can say, no matter
You should have said fuck Netanyahu and his government, just like you say fuck Duterte. You don't say fuck the Philippines. It doesn't make sense to say fuck an entire country. And I guess that's the hill I'll die on. I still like Hassan. It's not like he's right about a lot of other things. It just, the rhetoric of the day is to say fuck Israel, but it doesn't make any sense. And yeah, I'm completely annoyed by it. I feel like I wasted my life on a controversy that you should have been saying fuck genocide, fuck dictators, fuck giving the rule of law to people that will commit genocide, something along those lines. And you just say fuck a whole country where kids will be born in 20 years that had nothing to fucking do with this.
For you, the viewers. Also, the way people will say, "Oh, wow, you pay so much money for PR." Like, okay, you think that even when, even if I'm not, you're just telling me I'm doing a good job? Yeah. Are you really quitting? Wait, what? When did I say I was? Adrian is online. Thank you for the 25 gift subs, and SPO6, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Yeah, what a lot of these guys don't realize is every time they're like, well, you see, Hassan actually hates Israel. And then they slap on a whole bunch of bullshit about me hating Israel. And they greatly exaggerate my perspective or whatever. They don't understand that this doesn't have the impact that they think it has. Okay? Throwing bagels at a wall. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Do you see what I mean? Like, at this point, anyone who has ever criticized Israel has received a mountain of fucking backlash and lies and slander, tying them to anti-Semitism. So much so that, like, people who now, because now the fuck Israel position is the normal position, is the popular position. Your lying consensus opinion is that Israel sucks? No, that's what I mean. Because it's the consensus opinion, a lot of these guys don't realize that every single time they keep saying, oh, you're an anti-Semite, people don't actually go, oh shit, they're calling me an anti-Semite, I better think twice about criticizing Israel. No, they go, okay, I am an anti-Semite then. And people just don't understand it. Like, these guys who keep doing this don't understand it. And I think that's part of the reason why they now move on to different targets. Like, oh, he's fucking killing his dog. He is a dog terrorist or whatever. But, like, that kind of stuff is never going to reach to the same level of salience as this, like, broad, you know, political subject matter that I'm covering. I'm a political commentator, right? So all they have at their disposal is Islamophobia. Lamau, even Israeli scholars at the studies in DC were shit talked by audience members when they presented research that was disfavorable to Israel. Yeah.
Again, somebody shut off the speaker in my room. I am not your toy, your girlfriend, your puppet, your whatever. Fuck whatever the fuck you did to my apartment. I hope you fuckers deserve to not have a goddamn home. Stop fucking with my room! Fucking culture, you psychotic fucking loser! Fuck you!
And I have to promote a little, I have to promote my favorite white boy with motion to the best of my ability here, okay? My favorite white boy of motion, James Cameron says Palestinian struggle is righteous. In a recent interview, renowned filmmaker James Cameron, director of the Avatar franchise, described the Palestinian plight as existential. Speaking on the portrayal of war in his latest film Avatar Fire and Ash, Cameron drew parallels between fictional narratives and real-world crises. The comments were made during a director debrief interview with journalist Brandon Davis, released shortly after the film's premiere on December 19th. In the interview, Cameron stated, "It's a fine line. Killing only leads to more killing, an endless expanding spiral. That's what we've seen. We've seen it in Gaza, we've seen it in Sudan, we've seen it in Ukraine." He continued, "There are some fights that are righteous, and total annihilation is a reason to fight. It's existential. This is different than the way people actually perceive Palestinians as perfect victims. I need you to understand the significance of a statement such as this one. Okay? Saying that the Palestinian struggle is righteous is basically the most palatable way of openly stating that you kind of understand why Hamas is doing the things it's doing. Okay? For a guy with such a high profile, especially in an industry like Hollywood, to be able to come out and say stuff like this is a major tide shift. Okay? Cameron remarks along with the narrative of Avatar Fire and Ash, where indigenous Na'vi characters confront human. The film, the third installment in the saga, delves into grief, loss, and redemption, mirroring what Cameron described as humanity's grief, greed, and willful destruction. Let's be real. That statement, especially coming from a guy like James Cameron, that statement coming from someone like me, obviously puts me in a mountain of fucking trouble. And for the past 2 years, people have been consistently saying I'm a dangerous anti-Semite, anti-Semitic terrorist over and over again. But when it's coming from James Cameron, that means that the tide has shifted so much. The tide has shifted so much that it's no longer just about Palestinians being seen as perfect victims, and that's the only time you can defend Palestinians. But instead, now you can also say you understand why some people are engaging in a righteous struggle against existential threats that seek to wipe them out. That is precisely what Israel is doing, okay? And it is perfectly understandable that there would be resistance against it. Here's the video of the quote. Let's watch it. I mean,
capture all-out war in this movie.
Oh yeah.
Good guys are killing bad guys. They're each killing each other. They're each killing each other's animals and creatures. And yet I feel like when we see the sort of suffering, we only see the pain, mostly see the pain inflicted on the good guys. As
one of the things that I also saw that people were criticizing, which reminded me of there was all those like fucking right-wing edgy boys that also lose their shit about Israel but are like otherwise neo-Nazis. What is it, like the anime account Daka or whatever was complaining that Ukrainians were using drones on horseback cavalry that the Russians were utilizing in Ukraine. And they were like, these guys killed horses. How dare they kill horses? Ukraine deserves to lose. And it's like, motherfucker, what do you mean? Like, they're the ones using the horses. They're the ones invading Ukraine. Like, I'm not pro-NATO by any means, but what the fuck do you expect the guys to do? What do you expect the people defending their fucking territory to do? Just not, oh no, you're using a horse? I guess I can't blow it up then. Like, oh, don't touch the horses. What the fuck? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I saw someone being like, yeah, if Russians actually had child conscripts, these guys would fucking yell at them for fighting against minors or something. Instead of getting mad at the Russians for potentially using child conscripts in this hypothetical, you know? Yes, I am a horse girl, but as a horse girl, get mad at the appropriate place here. Get mad at the fucking people using the horses on the battlefield rather than get mad at the people using the horse on the battlefield rather than the people who are, defending their fucking homeland. Anyway.
if you're trying to make sure we don't empathize with the bad guys, can you talk about how fighting for what's right
Exactly.
and walking that line requires that sort of portrayal?
It's a fine line.
Yeah.
Right? Because we go into Tulkun culture and they say, killing only leads to more killing, an endless expanding spiral, right? And that's the world we live in right now. That's what we've seen. We've seen it in Gaza. We've seen it in Sudan. We've seen it in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And, you're doing an action movie. People are going to fight. Right? But are you fighting for a just cause? Are you fighting for what you believe in? Are you fighting from a place of hatred or revenge? There are some fights that are righteous, and total annihilation is a reason to fight.
James Cameron's so close. James Cameron's so close to he still lived up in this analysis because no one is really fighting for revenge in this situation, right? Most people are fighting. The conquerors are fighting for a territorial expansion, for extraction of natural resources, or the enslavement of a people, right? Which is then commodified, then turned into another commodity, right? And then the people who are fighting back against that are usually fighting for survival. All the sectarian stuff, or all the ethnic tensions, all the religious tensions, all of that is basically just a galvanizing factor. But the main motivator is always about theft. It's always about stealing resources. It's always about acquiring more territory so that you can improve your economy.
It's existential.
You capture all-out war in this movie.
But I guess he's talking about the bad guys in his movie, but even then the bad guys in the movie are there to, once again, they're not there to just simply enact revenge. They're there to extract resources. That's their goal. But in any case, like I said, big respect. The last time I heard someone so openly state, like a major player, so openly state the intentionality of their famous work was George Lucas. Where George Lucas openly stated that the good guys were the Viet Cong and the bad guys, the Empire, was the United States of America. So, very cool that James Cameron is still firmly in the halls of the greats. I'm not just saying that because I just watched Terminator 2 recently, after many, many years of not seeing it, where once again, he very deliberately made the villains the police, if you recall. And there is a specific reason for it. He says it himself when asked why T-1000 was a cop. He says, the Terminator films are not really about the human race getting killed off by future machines. They're about us losing touch with our own humanity and becoming machines, which allows us to kill and brutalize each other. Cops think of all non-cops as less than they are, stupid, weak, and evil. They dehumanize the people they are sworn to protect and desensitize themselves in order to do that job. Good Hollywood used to be good, and now it's all pro-Empire garbage. No, Hollywood has always had a fucking pro-Empire garbanzo attitude. There's just some who cut through that noise a little bit, okay? And those people are oftentimes creating works that have salience, works that are remembered forever. And I just wish that other people would recognize that, My right-wing brother picked up on Kaige. He isn't in the online world at all. He told me, what's the big deal? It's his dog. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. None of these chirpers and bad actors online get it. Yeah, it's fine. The George Lucas clip James Cameron is talking about is trying to talk over to George and say that Star Wars is actually about the American Revolution. James Cameron has come a long way, and it's nice to see. No, I mean, he has his moments. He has those moments where he doesn't get it, and then he has moments where he does get it, right? Yeah, 1 million new files were uncovered in the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, I know. Random, but what brand of DHT blocker do you use? I need to up my hair game. Costco brand, I think finasteride and minoxidil. One is oral, one's topical. The finasteride is oral, the minoxidil is topical. If the majority of Jews in Israel and America supported Israel at the height of genocide and conflated Judaism and Zionism themselves, then why go so far as to combat the conflation? It kind of does the work of ethno-supremacists in Israel. No, serious question. No, I actually disagree. It quite literally, not combating that conflation actually serves the purpose of ethno-supremacists. That's why I don't do it. Doors open!
To ensure the Trump administration is fully complying with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. This is Epstein's survivor, Haley Robson, who voted for Trump in the 2024 presidential election, responding to the new files. She was speaking on CNN.
At the end of the day, I am no longer supporting this administration. I redact any support I've ever given to him, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I am so disgusted with this administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both need to resign, and I would love to see number 47 get impeached over this.
This comes as Democratic Congressmember Robert Garcia, the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, is asking the DOJ's Inspector General to investigate why the FBI failed to act on a 1996 complaint by survivor Maria Farmer against Jeffrey Epstein that he and his associates were producing child sexual abuse material. Garcia wrote, quote, "For survivors like Maria Farmer, her family, and all the people Jeffrey Epstein abused in the decades that followed this unanswered complaint, this was not merely a missed investigative opportunity. It was a profound betrayal by their own government," unquote. Meanwhile, Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna and Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie, who sponsored the Epstein Files Transparency Act, say Attorney General Pam Bondi should be held in contempt, could be fined for every day she fails to release the full Epstein files. For more on all of this, we're joined in our New York studio by Vicky Ward, longtime investigative journalist, host and co-producer of the podcast series Chasing Ghislaine, the untold story of the woman in Epstein's shadow, which also became a TV series by the same name. Vicky, welcome back to Democracy Now! First of all, if you can respond to what has happened so far, December 19th was the deadline. That was Friday. Now the Justice Department, days later, after releasing thousands of documents, then erasing them from the website, now calling for for attorneys in the United States to come to the Justice Department and help them redact what has been redacted, what has not been redacted. Can you respond to all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think right from the get-go, right from when months ago, Pam Bondi said in an interview, "Oh, I've got the Epstein files sitting on my desk." I mean, that was the first indication, I think, of the contemptuous, cavalier attitude that has gone on inside this Justice Department.
Right, she said she was going to release the
She was files, they were there on her desk. I don't think that these thousands and thousands of pages were sitting on her desk. I mean, so, you know, and it's heartbreaking, frankly, to see these files being dribbled out. It's so against the spirit in which the victims went to Capitol Hill, asked for transparency, which bipartisan Congress agreed with them that they are owed this transparency so that crimes like this may never happen again. And now to have this mishmash, which even I, who am not a victim of sexual abuse from Jeffrey Epstein, but I sat through Ghislaine Maxwell's trial and I found it very, very upsetting. I think most of us journalists, you know, we're hard bitten, you know, we've seen some things. It was really difficult to hear the stories of abuse in that courtroom and really difficult to learn the scale of it. And these pages have that story writ large again and again and again. And given the chaos of this rollout, there's no easy way for these survivors to quickly search what they're looking for. I want to see...
That was part of the law, by the way, that there had to be a working search function on these documents.
And there isn't. And they have to wade through page after page after page of very, very difficult stuff. I think just on a moral basis, it's disgusting.
It's really important to be talking to you today because years ago, you wrote this piece in Vanity Fair. You're the person who spoke to Maria Farmer. Now, that conversation did not appear in Vanity Fair, and if you can remind our viewers and listeners what happened, because this has to do with the collusion of the press with Jeffrey Epstein, but you know her story very well.
Yes.
This woman who for decades has tried to stop the abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, well, I didn't speak to Maria Farmer just once. You know, in the fall of 2002, when I was assigned to write this profile of Jeffrey Epstein, I met with Maria. I spoke to her many, many times, and she said exactly what has now appeared in the FBI's files. She said that in 1996, she had had a horrific night while up in a guest house of Jeffrey Epstein's home on Les Wexner's estate in Ohio. She'd been up there painting. She was an artist. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell had come to visit her. There had followed some horrible sexual abuse, after which she had run out of the house, taken her dog,
The sexual abuse perpetrated by both Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein.
But in all of this, she had left behind a lockbox of nude photographs of her sisters. Not just Annie, there was another sister. And, she was a figurative artist. She that's the kind of the work that she did. And she was terrified that Epstein was going to do, excuse me, something terrible with these. And she got phone calls from both Epstein and Maxwell threatening her. So she phoned, in fact, she told me she phoned the police in New York first. And they said, this is not for us. This is, going across state lines. You have to phone the FBI. She did phone the FBI. Now, the FBI back in the day, I phoned the FBI.
They threatened to burn her.
But she phoned the FBI about the lockbox and was worried, desperately worried, what could they do with nude photographs of her sisters, who were babies, teenagers.
They were her younger sisters.
And when I was reporting this piece, the FBI tend not to answer journalists like me, so I wasn't able to get that record back then. I also phoned the police, and they didn't produce their records, which I wish they had, because they had a record too. But as I think and a lot of journalists know how this tragic story ends, which was that when, towards the closing of the piece, I had to go to Jeffrey Epstein and to Ghislaine Maxwell with the allegations of both Maria Farmer as to what had happened and her younger sister, Annie, who had said very clearly on the record that she had been taken to New Mexico for a weekend and
there was a state there.
Yes, and at the age of 16, and had to have a topless massage from Ghislaine Maxwell, and then Jeffrey Epstein one morning jumped into bed for quote-unquote a cuddle with her. Epstein went berserk when I put those allegations, as did Ghislaine Maxwell. Absolutely berserk. He, suddenly sent over a whole bunch of paperwork that he claimed were letters from their mother, letters from them that showed that no, this could not be true. And the next thing I knew was that as we were closing the piece, a fact checker sent me a note saying, "You're not going to believe who's now in the office at Vanity Fair." It was Jeffrey Epstein, who knows what happened.
Meeting with
Graydon Carter, the editor of the magazine. I do not know what was said in that meeting. I will say, Amy, that
you were about to give birth to twins.
I was at home on bed rest. I thought we were done with this piece. I did find in these files that when the first batch that was released, that there was a section in a binder containing photographs that was called Vanity Fair. I did notice that the photographs in that binder, in that section, were the ones that were used accompanying my piece in the magazine, which is very unusual because Vanity Fair normally prides itself on its photography as much as it does on its words. So one has to assume they provided the photographs. One has to ask, what was the quid pro quo? My piece finally ran the Farmer sisters, and their allegations were not in it. And the reason that is so terrible and devastating is that I had exposed them to Ghislaine Maxwell and to Graydon Carter. And the story doesn't end there. The FBI then phoned me about, I want to say a year later, 2004, about the Farmer sisters. And I did tell them what had happened. So I would like to see my interview notes somewhere in these
And you haven't
files.
seen them yet?
No, I have not.
But that certainly is not classified information. That is proof, once again, of all of the information that has not been released.
100%. 100%. The other thing I think you see, it's not just the rollout itself that shambles. The content in it kind of paints a picture of a shambolic FBI. This is an FBI that seems to take its lead quite often from the press. I will say it's interesting, I learned that something I'd reported is kind of laid out on the page clearly, which is that were it not for David Boies, the lawyer who represented Virginia Giuffre in her civil litigation against Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia sued for defamation.
Who brought down
Yes.
Andrew, the prince,
Yes.
no longer.
Right, and Virginia, as we know, tragically died of suicide earlier this year.
The whole point of this saga and circled right back around to victim blaming. Why don't women come forward? Because we don't believe women in this country. Let's start off with the fact that when the abuse was taking place, women did come forward and they weren't taken seriously. Maria Ann Farmer reported what was happening with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell 9 years before any police action was taken. Virginia Giuffre came forward in the early 2000s. She was publicly discredited and endured years of abuse, threats, and public scrutiny. The power dynamic here does not support survivors. It allows powerful men to bury them in legal fees, destroy their reputations, and threaten their safety, all while the institutions that are supposed to protect people stand by. Survivors could lose everything. Asking why women won't release their own list is asking the wrong question. Ask why our institutions won't support them. Ask why Trump and the Republicans were fighting so hard to keep the files hidden and under wraps. Ask why no one believed them when these women spoke out years ago. It's not a survivor's job to dole out their own justice once they are brave enough to come forward. And if you want women to come forward, you better make a system that supports them and actually seeks justice for when they do. Why can't the Epstein survivors just release the names?
Why won't my fucking phone hold a connection? God, this is annoying.
Farmer reported what was happening with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell 9 years before any police action was taken. So did many others, yet no investigation really took place until 2005 when a 14-year-old stepmother reported abuse in Palm Beach. And many had their lives threatened. When Virginia Giuffre came forward in the early 2000s, she was publicly discredited and endured years of abuse, threats, and public scrutiny. The power dynamic here does not support survivors. It allows powerful men to bury them in legal fees, destroy their reputations, and threaten their safety.
You can see notes of conversations. David Boies went to the feds. He went to the Southern District, said you need to look at what is in this discovery. You need to look at these depositions because this shows the bigger crime. You see the feds tracking this, but you don't see them doing anything until, again, you see them pass around links to the Miami Herald, links to Julie Brown's story in end of 2018. And it's almost like they are having to follow, almost, like Inspector Clouseau, these breadcrumbs that are left for them by everybody else. And I'm sure the survivors find this really disheartening in a way to watch.
Why do you think President Trump has approached this the way he has? And what about the information and all that has come out around him? Not necessarily criminal, but the removal of his name from so many different documents. And then you see his name once in a document that was redacted, and so you know that it's actually him. He's the one who campaigned on the release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents. Now he had to sign this release into law, but the way they are dragging their feet, talk as we wrap up about what you expect to see, the incredible power of the survivors banding together.
Well, this is speculation, but my gut, and I do know President Trump, it tells me that he doesn't like a story in which there's any sort of grey or nuance that he isn't somehow the best, the absolute best. And this is a story which again and again and again brings up his past, and a past that presented a very different portrait of Donald Trump than the one he would like to portray now. I will say that, having sat in the Maxwell trial, we did see his name come up on the screen, on the flight logs, in that key period when Maxwell and Epstein were grooming and recruiting one of their major victims who was attending Interlochen, a school for artistic gifted children. You did see Trump's name again and again on the manifest, and it was a head scratcher because it was really impossible at that time to put the pieces of this jigsaw puzzle together.
Because he denied being on any flights and he denied being at the island.
Well, and I never saw any records of him being on the island. I don't know if he denied being on any flights, but I think that, you can see if you're Trump, this is all too close for comfort. And it's not very comfortable to have these things out, and Trump being Trump, he'd rather not address it.
And where do you see this going for the survivors and for Pam Bondi? Could she be held in contempt?
Well, I really hope Congress does their job. I mean, one of the things we need to see in the Trump administration is the different branches of government actually doing what they're supposed to do and holding each other to account.
Finally, you are the expert on Ghislaine Maxwell. She is now in a minimum security prison. No sex abuse, no sex perpetrator has been put in a prison camp like she has after she had interviews with the Deputy Attorney General, who was Trump's former attorney. Could you see Trump pardoning her, and she has appealed for the reopening of the case?
Well, I think two of the people who come out absolutely appallingly from this latest document dump is Ghislaine Maxwell in her correspondence with the former Prince Andrew, arranging quote-unquote inappropriate girls for him. I think people will be sickened by that. Regarding a pardon, never say never, but I think President Trump is a man who's concerned at this point with legacy and with history. And I think if he were to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, that blot would stain all the other things, accomplishments he likes to talk about that he's done. So I personally would be shocked.
I want to thank you, Vicky Ward. We'll continue to follow the story. Longtime investigative journalist, host, and co-producer of the podcast series Chasing Ghislaine, the untold story of the woman in the Epstein shadow, which also became a TV series by the same name. Thanks for watching Democracy.
I will say that, having sat in the Maxwell trial,
days after the December 19th deadline
Glory to the martyrs. This is unacceptable. Larry David just wants to be left alone. Yeah, he meant Larry David meets Rabbi Shmuley one time.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show looking at the growing calls to release a Palestinian woman from New Jersey who's been held in ICE detention in Texas for nearly 10 months. Laqa Qardia was arrested last year at a Gaza solidarity protest at Columbia University, but the charges were dismissed. Then, when she went to her ICE check-in this past March, she was arrested and immediately sent to the Prairie Land Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas, where she's been held ever since. Lawyers from CLEAR and the Texas Civil Rights Project and Boston University School of Law Immigrants' Rights Clinic are helping on her case. NPR's Radio Diaries recently aired part of a phone call between Laqa Qardia and her cousin Hamza Abishaba, who talks to her almost every day.
I received a call from my mother telling me there are people asking for you from the government.
Anytime
at the beginning, I felt like they're missing a form or something. Okay, I'm just gonna solve this issue and then I'll have my green card soon. But they took my fingerprints and all that.
Let's be real.
They said you're going to Texas. I said Texas.
Also,
that's
not
really
real,
far away.
That's a meme.
And
just so
when
you
I arrived
understand.
to Texas, the place was overcrowded.
How many people are
Kyle,
there with you?
So right now we're 87.
The
and
absolute
the capacity of this place is 37. It's a lot of people sleeping on the floor.
also known as secular talk.
Maybe another word to describe this place, a big bed.
The most quorked up white boy to ever
Everything is
do
open.
it.
There is no privacy.
That's
Has
Laqa
done a video
Qardia
on
speaking
Asmongold.
from
Asmongold
ICE
turns on
jail
Trump, the
in
Kyle
Texas to a
Kalinske
cousin.
show.
Guys, so
the
this is
New
a shocker.
Jersey,
This is a
Patterson,
shocker.
New Jersey City
I'm
Council
sure you guys remember. I had done a couple videos. I don't
has
remember how many,
just
maybe 2 or 3.
passed a resolution calling for the immediate release of Laqa. And Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen and New Jersey Senator Cory Booker are also calling for Laqa Qardia's release. For more, we're joined by Leila Haddad, Palestinian journalist from Gaza, media strategist who's helping to raise awareness about the ongoing detention of Laqa, and just came back from visiting her in Texas. Leila is the co-editor of Gaza in Silence, author of Gaza Mom, Palestine, Politics, Parenting, and Everything in Between. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Leila. Talk about Laqa, why she has been held for almost 10 months after going to her New Jersey ICE check-in.
Thank you so much for having me, Amy. That's sort of the question that everyone is asking. I think partly because her case sort of fell between the cracks. She wasn't a student or a public-facing activist per se. She didn't have those support networks. And her case shares a lot in common. Of course, it's interwoven with the cases of all the others that we have heard of. Mahmoud Khalil, Mohsen Mahdawi, Dr. Badr Suri Khan, and Rumaisa Ozturk. But it just didn't get the kind of attention that the other cases got early on. Even though, as you summarized earlier, even though 2 judges have actually called for her release and found that she is not deportable to Israel. Unfortunately, the government has been blocking those decisions through various legal maneuvering, and that's partly why she's still being held under very harsh conditions, as she herself attested to.
Leila, the Trump administration mistakenly called her a Columbia student and tried to say she'd actively participated in anti-American pro-terrorist activities and a pro-Hamas demonstration, what they often called the Gaza demonstrations on campuses across the country. Your response?
Laqa Qardia has been held and has argued in court that that her detention is unconstitutional, that it violates the First and the Fifth Amendments, and it's simply part of a broader trend that we have seen post-Trump to crack down on any dissent and use immigration law to weaponize immigration law to silence dissent and to criminalize free speech, especially when that speech relates to Palestine, to defending Palestinian life, to criticizing Israel, and to challenging U.S. policy, just as we have seen in all of these other cases. She was motivated to act and to protest, exercising her First Amendment rights, which are available to her even as a non-citizen, just like so many other people. She was spurred to action by her humanity, in as much as she was spurred to action by her own personal loss. Laqa was born in Jerusalem, raised in the occupied West Bank under Israeli military occupation. Her mother is from Gaza. She was separated from her from 20 years because of the Israeli blockade and was keeping in constant touch with her. She came to the United States legally, and her petition for residency was approved to reunite with her mother. She was caring for her mother and her younger brother, who has special needs. And she, very crucially, 200 of her family members, 13 since the so-called ceasefire took place, have been killed by Israel with the support and the complicity of the United States. And for all these reasons, and for the reasons that millions of us took to the streets, she was protesting not only at the gates of Columbia, but at many other protests as well.
I mean, she was arrested last March. It was just days after Mahmoud Khalil was arrested, the Columbia student, and right before Mohsen was arrested. They have both been released. Mohsen's back at Columbia University, but she remains in jail. Can you talk about what she looks like now? I understand she's lost about a third of her body weight.
Yes, she looked very pale. She has lost a significant amount of weight, that is correct. And she has been detained, as you mentioned, in this ICE jail for almost 10 months, despite this judge calling for her release, despite finding that her prolonged detention is likely unconstitutional. And despite all this, I will say she marked also her 33rd birthday, very solemn 33rd birthday, in which she spoke about how the other women with her in that facility tried to cheer her up, and they formed a kind of sisterhood and bond. And I will say she advocates on their behalf. Despite all this, in her words, she says the conditions here are designed to break the human spirit, but that despite all this, she derives hope and inspiration from all of the people that continue to advocate on her behalf, and that it has only increased her resolve to continue to be an advocate and an activist, not only for all of these women, but more broadly for Palestinian liberation when she gets out, inshallah.
We just have a minute to go. Leila Haddad, if you can talk about what you're calling for, what Amnesty International is calling for, what senators are calling for, including her own senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker.
For her immediate release, there's absolutely no reason for her to continue to be detained, even though her cousin that you mentioned earlier, Hamza, her family, had agreed and had actually paid a very high $20,000 bond that was then returned. The government immediately blocked her release. She's not a flight risk. She's not a danger to her society. She has strong community ties. She has no criminal history. And so we're calling for her immediate release while her case continues to make its way through the courts. And this is the same thing that Senators Van Hollen and Kim and other congressmen from her district as well have been calling for. She should not be in that ICE jail for one day longer. And she faces an imminent risk if she was deported.
Leila Haddad, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Palestinian journalist from Gaza, hoping to raise awareness about the ongoing detention of Laqa Qardia, Palestinian woman from New Jersey arrested at Columbia University protests. Charges were dropped, but has been held for nearly 10 months in a Texas ICE jail. Many are calling for her release. That does it for our show. Happy birthday to Narmeen Maria, an early happy birthday to Raquel Rodriguez Phipps, and to Yusra Razuki. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching.
Someone keeps saying some bullshit into my room about not want, like, they use the word we, like there's a group of people, and then acting like you have some say over who can be anywhere. Again, some delusional, they just imply shit, and then, like, what the fuck are you doing? Totally out of context, makes no fucking sense to me, and I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm personally not telling anybody anything. I watch the news in my room, and then people are stalking me. Fucking stupid. You live in 2025. Everybody's got a phone. If they got gasoline to drive in circles around your building, they got a phone. They can watch shit themselves. They can go get hooked up to the internet at the library or something because they don't give a fuck about being outside. There is no excuse. It's not like 1973 that you need to, like, invade somebody's home to, like, see what they're doing even. I'm streaming online. You can watch all the shit I watch yourself. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Get the fuck away from me. And every stupid little fear tactic thing. I have every right to be myself, live my life, live it out loud, say the truth that I, like, have to say. If you don't like it, go find something else to do. I didn't invite you into my room anyway. Like, fuck off.
Epstein files, so they couldn't release them even if they wanted to at that time. And she objectively would have been way better, but I digress.
Vote? Of course I didn't vote. Why would I vote if I don't feel like the
Like, Kyle was also way more in the tank for Mamala than I was. Like, way more. A majority, Sam Cedar, Kyle, they were definitely maybe a little too libbed up by my estimations. I mean, I did not, I'm not going to be like, oh, he's a damn shiller.
I'm a writer. You're fucking with the process for me to work. That also means that you're like denying me the ability to get an income. Fuck off, psycho. If I published a book, you never had to fucking read it. Get a life!
Did, Sam did, I did, Kyle did. I'm just saying that they were definitely more. They were. Majority Report was not in the tank for Mama like that. That's insane. Stop spreading misinformation. Oh my God, you're literally. I'm simply stating that they were definitely more sympathetic to Mamala than I was. Okay.
That it represents my viewpoints and my values to a degree that I feel confident voting for them. And I think that I've been proven right. I have been. I think I've been proven right with that.
So here he is now going, yeah, he's fucking up and that Epstein file shit is kind of bad and like I'm kind of happy I didn't vote for him now, but here's his commentary from the past. Ready?
For this, yeah. I mean, if I had known he was going to do this, I would have voted for him. I would have, like, I 100%.
I didn't.
My God, all the kids that were too young for that fucking election are just like blessed. Like automatically blessed. Because they never even had to fucking deal with whether you voted for the son of a bitch or not. They just watched the train wreck. How old are they? If they're like 18 now. And I mean, obviously there shouldn't be a third term or something really horrible happened. When's the next election even? Well, no, it's over. Yeah. It's already over. So if someone is 18 now, how old were they in 2020? 4. Oh, dumbass. It was last year. Sorry, I think you're asking, like, when were they born? Like, 06, 07, when I was, like, 16 or 17. So everybody born before, like, 2007 is just, like, saved from this fucking situation. They never have to be like, they just watched everyone be stupid as fuck.
There is no need or interest or investment in trying to establish consensus reality at all. And in the absence of consensus reality or even a need for it, you do kind of win favors by leaning into whatever the popular thing is.
Down
now I won't even open that.
What I voted for Trump to do was like what he did with the DEI stuff on day one. What I voted for him to do is what he did with, like, for example, Iran. You didn't vote? Yeah, exactly. But I would,
like, for me, let's say I'm watching somebody, right? Let's say I'm watching Asmongold, and he's my primary source of news because he agrees with me. And Asmon is a day off, so I watch this Habibi-san talk shit. No, don't ban that guy. Come on. Unban him. Like, when you got guys like, when there's someone who's like watching him, right, and consistently, and they're like, yeah, I agree. Trump is going to fucking win massive favors by blowing up Yemen. He's going to cause Yemen to actually back down and stand down. And then Trump literally comes out the next day and is like, actually, we were wrong. These guys are brave warriors and we spent far too much money and we couldn't stop them at all from consistently intercepting ships. And we lost a bunch of planes in the process. So now they can still intercept ships going to Israel, but as long as they don't hit our ships, our Navy in the Red Sea, then that's fine. We won't bomb Sanaa any longer. Doesn't that cause someone who is a fan of not just Asmongold, but like anyone who promotes Trump like this to feel a little stupid? This is my question all the time. I guess like if you don't have any diversity in your media diet and you're like only getting information from one side, you just never you never get to see what the truth is, right? Yeah, they just ignore it like Baldur's Gate 3 and wokeness. Yeah, I guess that's kind of how it goes, right? Like there's no need to course correct at all. Why can't you all just converse with each other instead of reacting to clips and videos and speaking into an echo chamber where everyone agrees with you? I'm not saying this about you, but XCC and Asmongold too. Great question. First of all, XCC is not even a fucking political operative, so I don't know why you're bringing him up in this. I don't think he has a single interest in identifying political issues at all, even though he promoted Donald Trump. Asmongold is the one who refuses to talk to me, not the other way around. It's not. I have said over and over again that I'm perfectly comfortable talking to him, and every single time that we've had a conversation, I've been very charitable, very open-minded, and fairly reasonable. He's the one who doesn't want to do it. So you're climbing up the wrong tree. You're asking the wrong person. So much so that people actually say, I'm too charitable to Asmongold. I'm not aggressive enough or whatever. Yeah, Reddit is now clipping his normie reaction to the Epstein stuff, saying Pam Bondi should be arrested, and it's going viral. They're trying to whitewash him. Yeah. I think when your audience is somewhat devoid of like real politics and just invested in like ruthlessly going after what you perceive as woke or what your ideological enemies are or what your enemies are in the sphere of drama, I think then the audience will basically lean into whichever direction, especially if he manages it, especially if he manages the pivot, in the centrist direction or center right direction by turning around and being like, yeah, actually Trump should go to jail now because this Epstein stuff is crazy. Do you see what I mean?
How long did it take you to get to that?
Reddit is basically bipolar when it comes to Asmongold. No, they're not.
Right, somehow the ultimate joke. Oh, you want jails now? Oh my God, you didn't give a fuck what people were asking for in 2020. Just like ruin because you couldn't tell people how to get to something progressive, so they just tried to like ruin your life to try to prove how much you needed the same old shit that wasn't progressive. But I mean, you're gonna need a jail to put Trump in if you want jails.
Regularly, because he just shits on the left a lot. And shits on those targets a lot. Oh, fuck socialists, all this stuff. They're all terrorists.
Voted. If I would have voted, that would have been what I voted for. Did Trump earn your vote by now? If I could go back in time and vote for him, I absolutely would. I did not think that he was going to go this hard at all.
So a little bit different. The stuff before was, oh my God.
Bro, you're telling me the Podjons hate you more than Asmon? What? Are you insane? That's an entirely different part of the internet. Those are adults. Those are political operatives that worked with Barack Obama. We're talking about like people who look at politics in the least sincere ways possible. And politics not about like their analysis. Most people on the internet, their analysis of politics simply comes from whatever drama content that they're consuming. It's team sports. It's all vibes based. It's not the same standard that someone like the Podjons would fucking apply at all. And yes, a lot of people will say, oh, well, the Podjons are bad or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. They still have a worldview, an established worldview. You might not agree with them, and there's certainly a lot of disagreement from my end as well, but they do actually have they're a little bit more adult, don't you think, in their assessment, in their analysis, in their commentary than someone who is, constantly covering whatever kind of slop that comes down their Reddit timeline.
Assholes won't leave me alone! Shut my speaker off again! One day I will find out who did it and break it over their fucking skull.
Billionaire propaganda, is that what you mean?
They probably want to die too anyway, whoever the fucker is. Why don't they just get it over with and leave me alone?
Ask and get a serious answer on. Okay?
He's amazing. Oh my God, he's great. Oh, I should have voted for this. Oh, this is incredible. And by the way, virtually every single thing he was referring to as a reason to vote for Trump is a reason that should horrify any normal American. Any normal American goes, really? Should we crack
Exactly. They just want an atheist to take them out so they can pretend atheists were bad.
Should they really blow off judges' decisions? Is that really a good idea? Should he invade U.S. cities with the U.S. military wildly, illegally? Should he do every one of those? Should he illegally bomb Yemen? Should he really do that? Every one of those things when he was going, yeah. But the thing that actually made Asmund go, I don't know about this guy anymore. It's the Epstein file. It is. So one more time. Listen again.
Is it time for us to stop saying Trump's dick? I've been very critical of Trump regularly. If you look at any of my commentary discussing things that he's done, you'll wouldn't necessarily say that that's critical. Maybe critical levels of dick riding. See that I'm extremely critical of him, even more so recently since the Epstein stuff. So this is just the typical Reddit one-dimensional thinking, because you couldn't vote for Kamala Harris if she was
fucking stomach hurts from having to suck in garbage smell for the last how many hours. And again, it stopped. Again, it's just completely just magically went away. Because they fucking stopped doing it. Psychopath. No, it's not the street. There's no community here. It's like one fucking place across the street. That's not a community. Well, yeah, plain and simple. The fuckers pulled some kind of real estate scam. You can come to 3rd and Burnside in the next 5, 10, 20 years, see how it changed, and then fucking hold those bitches into account because they took over the area on purpose. It's like the same fucking thing they're saying they're gonna do in Gaza. They got rid of a bunch of people and then they're gonna build shit. Fuck you! Goddamn worthless fucking sociopaths with too much money and time. Is that just find out what they did to 3rd and Burnside. I don't care how long it takes. Find out who bought everything and fuck them. Did since 2020 has to be documented in a way that was never even possible before. So you pulled the same old shit fucking real estate scam you've always pulled. It has to be over. Fuck you!
So the fuck do I care? Let's talk about DDR5 RAM increase, for example, for gamers to understand the economic impact. Yeah. all of these Republicans, if all of the mass deportations actually led to economic improvement for the average Republican, okay, they would be running around being like, Mr. President, you can fuck all the children you want. I promise you. Maybe not all the Republicans, but many of the Republicans would be like, I don't really care. I'm doing good. I'm doing good right now. My money is up. Americans are very selfish, right? Many of them would turn around and say, oh, dude, Mr. President, I'll give you my firstborn, actually, because guess what? The economy's doing so great. I'm able to purchase a home. They would find ways to deal.
Fucking disgusting. And I'm so sick of this not working. It worked fine yesterday. Fucking bullshit. Well, I'm angry too because on a level, like, imagining that you'd ever, like, have a kid with Hassan Piker. Because he's the only person I watch all day long. I mean, like, I don't know him. It's not very serious. It's just, like, little floaty fantasy thoughts. Like, what if you fell in love and got married and had kids? And then the idea that that bastard would also fuck you over like everyone else did just sucks.
Will almost overnight flip on her when she's not giving them what they demand. The very same reasons, the very same things that you actually overlooked or found to be fine or even celebrated or cherished, right? Will give you the ick. Think about it like being in a relationship, okay? Some relationships have a timeline. And by the time you get to the end of the relationship, things that you might have found quirky and cute about your partner might actually give you
This is
the
Democracy
ick.
Now!, democracynow.org.
Okay?
We turn
Little
now
things
to
start
Colorado,
bothering
where
you.
longtime immigrant rights
Things
activist
start
Jeanette
annoying you.
Ramirez has been
Honeymoon
released
period is
from an
over.
ICE jail after almost 10
It's kinda
months in detention. Jeanette reunited with her family Monday after she was released on bond following a judge's ruling her detention was unconstitutional. She was arrested in March, ambushed by ICE agents during her work break at Target, later transferred to an immigration jail in Aurora, Colorado, run by the private prison company Geo Group. Jeanette Vizqueta gained national attention in 2017 when she took sanctuary in a Denver church along with her children, 3 of whom are U.S. born, to avoid deportation. In May, Jeanette won the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Award. I spoke with Jeanette Vizqueta on Tuesday. You have been in jail for 9 months. How does it feel to be free?
And this moment is one mixed emotions, and my person and my family. 9 months, 7 days is long time in detention. But every time have hope that one day I'm released. My legal team work very strong. I'm continuing my job, same in detention. My community fight very strong for me, same for 9 months. And finally I'm here. I'm very emotional in this moment. As yesterday my kids and me mentioned a similar one block. The emotions is real. I'm here all the time. It's possible. Talk to my kids, touch my kids, kiss my kids, my kiddos. It's very emotional. It's very, very emotional in this moment.
Can you talk about what your plans are now and your response to the judge's ruling, Judge Nina Wong?
Yeah, well, at first I'm happy for the decision, for take this board. My plan later, my case continue. My case not finished, my case continue. I don't know for how many times. My plan is these last days that this year, I pass my time for my family. Later in the new year, come back in my job, the activist. I never stop.
That was Jeanette Vizqueta Ramirez speaking with us on Tuesday after she was released Monday after more than 9 months in an ICE jail in Aurora, Colorado. We'll hear from her, more from her, in a minute. But first, we go to Denver, and we're joined by Jennifer Piper, Program Director at the American Friends Service Committee, part of a coalition supporting Jeanette. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Jennifer. It's great to have you with us. You all held a rally news conference yesterday. That's why Jeanette had to finish her conversation early with us so she could get to it. Talk about the significance of the judge's ruling. She demanded she be released, not be wearing a ankle shackle. She said that her detention was unconstitutional.
Yes, the district judge, after 9 months and many arguments back and forth, did rule that on Jeanette's habeas that her prolonged detention was unconstitutional and ordered that the government hold a bond hearing within a week, and that the burden of proof in that hearing would be on the government. Usually in immigration court, you have to prove yourself that you're not a flight risk or a danger and you're good moral character. In this instance, that was flipped. And at that court hearing, the government continued to try to impede her right to speech and the public access by denying journalists and observers access to that public hearing for 2.5 hours. We finally gained access, but it took us 2.5 hours of arguing with GEO and ICE officials to get into that hearing.
And talk about what Jeanette has meant and symbolized. I mean, there was a private Senate bill that was passed in her case that prolonged her ability to be free in this country and seek legalization. It was introduced, right, by Senator Michael Bennet.
Yeah, Jeanette's been an activist and a human rights advocate for almost 30 years. And even before she founded the Sanctuary Coalition here in Denver and utilized that coalition, she's been a labor rights and immigrant activist. So her detention was intentional to try and silence people across the country, not only immigrant leaders, but also citizens. I can't tell you how many people I heard from that said, you know, if she can't win her case with all of her activism and notoriety over all of these years, what is the chance for the rest of us? And the fact that she is free now after 9 months of weekly vigils, incredible work by Lichter Immigration, the Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network, and the Sturm College of Law's Immigration and Policy Clinic, the fact that she is free right now is emboldening people across this country to continue to take up space and to not cede to this administration's efforts to silence people. Really, at the end of the day, these corporations, Geo Group, BI, the 10 other contractors that have been paid millions of dollars by this administration to try and hunt down our neighbors, their goal is social control, and they've thrown immense power that they have at their disposal at all of us. But this also demonstrates the fragility of their hold over everyday people when we stand up together. Our safety comes from our connection, trust, and continuing to claim space in the public sphere. It comes from doing new things that each of us have never done before, and being connected across all of these struggles. Whether you're a fisherman in Venezuela or Palestine, whether you're a person who's about to lose their affordable care, every single one of us in this moment is under attack, and these billionaires, their goal is control.
We have to leave it there. I want to thank you for being with us, Jennifer Piper, Program Director at the American Friends Service Committee, Colorado, because we want to end this segment again with the words of Jeanette Vizgeta, who is named one of the 100 most influential people of the year by Time magazine in 2000.
Their goal is control.
We have to leave.
Who's about to lose. Stand up together. Our safety comes from our connection, trust, and continuing to claim space across this country, to continue to take up space and to not cede to this administration's efforts to silence people. Really, at the end of the day, these corporations, Geo Group, BI,
ability to organize, for us all to
about the business of addressing our trauma.
I think too often our movement, so all of the businesses in downtown
hate, right, and women hate, and gender hate, and sex, that is all going to continue to amplify and get worse. And so we better figure out how we keep ourselves safe. That's it. That's my checklist of what needs to happen next.
So one of the reasons why I felt like challenged by this question is one of, I think, the things that the abolitionist movement needs to work on is having like a clear economic analysis and an analysis around capitalism. And I think that one of the things we need to be really clear about is you can't defund the police under capitalism, because the purpose of police is to protect capital, and capital is going to figure out how to protect itself regardless if the police exists. And I think there's like a concrete example of this. I'm from Oregon, and in Portland there's a huge shortage of police officers. So all of the businesses in downtown Portland have brought in a private security company who are essentially now a privatized police force in downtown Portland who have zero accountability. The DA can't even figure out how to keep them accountable. And they are killing people, doing citizens arrests, beating people up, tearing down tents, handing people notices saying they need to leave Oregon and they can't return. And so, and if we look at the continent of Africa, that's actually like heavily happened on the continent, where the largest employer on the continent of Africa is Geo Group. That is because private companies have brought in private security companies to protect their capital. And so I think it's really important for us as abolitionists to be clear that like abolishing capitalism is essential to abolishing the police and abolishing prisons.
The Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network, and the Sturm College of Law's Immigration and Policy Clinic. The fact that she is free right now is emboldening people across this country to continue to take up space and to not cede to this administration's efforts to silence people. Really, at the end of the day, these corporations, Geo Group, BI, the 10 other contractors that have been paid millions of dollars by this administration to try and hunt down our neighbors, their goal is social control, and they've thrown immense power that they have at their disposal at all of us. But this also demonstrates the fragility of their hold over everyday people when we stand up together. Our safety comes from our connection, trust, and continuing to claim space in the public sphere. It comes from doing new things that each of us have never done before, and being connected across all of these struggles. Whether you're a fisherman in Venezuela or Palestine, whether you're a person who's about to lose their affordable care, every single one of us in this moment is under attack, and these billionaires, their goal is control.
We have to leave it there. I want to thank you for being with us, Jennifer Piper, Program Director at the American Friends Service Committee, Colorado, because we want to end this segment again with the words of Jeanette Vizqueta, who was named one of the 100 most influential people of the year by Time magazine in 2017. She was released from ICE jail on Monday, spent that day with her family. Yesterday, on Tuesday, I had a chance to talk with her. She's the mother of 4 when she was arrested by federal agents in Denver in March. I'd asked her to describe her time in detention.
I have been jailed, protests for 9 months inside the detention. Some parts is strong, some parts I continue navigate, say continue documentate the conditions and detention, continue take testimonies. I'm trying to maintain my brain occupied for my mental health not broke. 9 months is long time in detention. But I continue fight for the condition, continue fight for help people inside, for support and connect for resource my people in detention. But it's difficult these 9 months. It's difficult for everybody, not only for me. I don't care if it's 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, whatever time in detention, no, it's good.
You have described yourself as a political prisoner. Can you explain why you feel targeted?
The attack very bad my community for have violation my First Amendment. I never quiet injustice, not only for the immigrant system, for whatever injustice. My job is the social justice, human rights, civil rights, and labor rights, and funding immigrant rights here in Colorado. Obviously, I need a spoken media, I need a spoken social media, criticize this government, if this government go back me. It's the same the last time in the administration 45, but in this time, coming more aggressive, follow me, he arrested me for my freedom of speech.
Can you describe what it was like inside? Can you tell us about the other people inside, why they were there in the for-profit Geo jail in Aurora, Colorado, where you were held?
Everybody, I need to understand this corporation, Geo Processing Center and CCI Corporation, as private detention, take billions and billions and billions of money for take people in detention. The companies, the telephone, the companies, the tablet calls, the companies, the commissary, take very billions money for these people in detention. All people in detention, all immigrants around the world have rights. Need fight, need continue strong. The coward people only living. But my people, my immigrant people is a strong people. Need continue fight.
Do you, Jeanette, have to still check in with ICE?
Yes, in January I need go and check in as this continue same game. In my case, I need notify 48 hours before in case I need travel in other states. Is the where, how many days. This is the plan, the game, the continue your game. But okay, I follow everything wherever I need. I no have excuse the other time arrested me. I continue my job, only continue my job. I continue to try remove these restrictions.
I see that the judge ruled that you do not have to wear an electronic bracelet. Is that right? A shackle on your foot or on your arm?
Yeah, this judge, the lawyer government tried put this restriction, but I don't need it. I know it's the risk to escape. I know I'm not dangerous people for the community. I don't need monitoring my life. I'm activist. I need moving. I need go in different states. No need eco bracer. This is only used for continue damage to mental health. It continue have control in your life. But I don't need it. I don't have eco bracer. I don't have dispositive app or telephone. No have these restrictions.
That was Colorado immigrant rights activist Jeanette Vizquera Ramirez speaking with Democracy Now! On Tuesday from Denver, Colorado. She was freed Monday from ICE detention after 9 months. On Monday, a judge had ruled, Judge Nina Wong, that her detention was unconstitutional. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications.
If my phone thing doesn't work, I'm going to stop my stream and restart my computer. I guess it should work now, though. Notice all the icons are really little. Yeah, you're in solidarity, like, I don't have to marry you to care what you have to say, but it does get a little, like, weird sometimes.
Very same commentary that I made that he considered to be terrorist commentary, pro-terrorism commentary, and anti-Semitic commentary that is worthy of deplatforming, he now has adopted. And he's gone even beyond. He actually does talk about how he wants to promote actual anti-Semites, right? And what changed is not his actual worldview, for the record. What changed is the popular sentiment. So much so that even he realizes, like, he'll still hit the Hassan is an anti-Semitic terrorist button, as he did with the Bondi Beach massacre, right? Because, like, in between him saying, like, oh, these Israel first politicians need to go, he still turned around and said, oh, I bet Hassan's fans were responsible for the slaughter that took place on the Hanukkah festival. So he's still pretty fucking gross about it, right? He'll still go back and forth, because for his audience, they're not anchored around like being pro-Israel or being anti-Israel, right? They're anchored around resentment towards individuals. They're anchored around a consistent flow of like shitting on whoever his enemies are, ordained enemies are. So he could one day turn around and be like, oh, actually, I'm on the fuck Israel side of things, and I'm really, really anti-Israel, and I even understand why some people fight back against Israel, all this stuff, you know, adopt the things that I've been saying, the talking points that I've been saying all along. Those guys will still, his fan base will still require a steady flow of fuck Hassan content. So he'll still probably be inconsistent on that front, because most of those guys won't turn around and go, wait a minute, he's actually anti-Israel, Hassan is anti-Israel. So what's the disagreement here? Why is he still calling Hassan a terrorist? They won't think about it like that. You know, they'll simply look at it and be like, yeah, give me more.
And political priorities. That's very stunning, because that is actually the only thing that she ruled on today. She did not rule on the other allegations that were raised by DHS, that he allegedly misrepresented information on his green card application.
None of that matters. It doesn't have to matter. Like, they can just deport him for whatever reason they want.
So that is the exact opposite of what his new take is. Mahmoud Khalil did the exact...
Yeah, also, once again, that was fucking bullshit. That was utter horseshit. He was celebrating Mahmoud Khalil getting deported. He demanded more of it. It was completely ridiculous. At the time, he was still in real time reacting to my commentary, and I was saying, like, you're wrong about the law, that the American government has to justify why they are seeking out the deportation of someone, especially someone who is married to an American citizen with a child on the way, who has a green card already. All of that stuff is bullshit. The Constitution actually protects citizens and non-citizens alike on First Amendment grounds. He was completely wrong. He was completely wrong on that stuff. But his audience never actually turned around and went, because all those cases fell apart, did his audience actually turn around and go, hey, remember when you said that? Remember when you said Mahmoud Khalil was supposed to be deported and how good that was? Why didn't that happen? Right? Or when now he talks about or why his audience won't call into question his like full-blown pivot on Israel, because he's always been like an edgy guy, right? So he's always like leaning into anti-Semitic memes from time to time in an effort to be like, see, I'm based, I'm edgy, while also doing the work of Israel every single fucking day. He also tried to prove you wrong only to watch a clip of himself agreeing with Netanyahu. Asmongold responded to my post about him backtracking his opposition to anti-Israel protesters. He said, I'm lying. To prove me wrong, he showed an old video of himself watching Netanyahu call anti-Israel protesters idiots, but back then Asmongold said he's right. Daily praise, Asmongold.
A year of daily praise. It's crazy that this account is called Disinformation Tracker. I think that it's accurate because the entire account tracks disinformation by posting it every day. It's not true. No, it's just simply not true.
Now claims he never trusted Trump. And he says protesting Israel's America first, despite prior calls for protesters to be jailed and deported.
So this entire idea that I'm just like warming up to the idea of being hostile towards Israel, or not even hostile, but just, you know, not wanting to support Israel as America. I mean, this is just, it's just a factually untrue statement. And all you have to do is look at my videos and you'll immediately see that's true. What he's saying is, look at this, watch this. This was crazy.
Become Iran's useful idiots. Yeah.
Get ready. Get ready.
He is correct about that, though.
Jesus.
His chat is all saying, actually, he's based, wholly based.
He's got a point? No. He's, well, part of what he's saying is true. No, it is.
That's amazing.
And see, I've been consistent about this the entire...
Wait. Wow, you really tackled that disinformation by showing perhaps the most inopportune time where you are in agreement with Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm sure he didn't like that they were clapping like fucking seals, but he also was. You need to focus and say how wrong he is because he likes to mention they're not saying I'm wrong. What do you mean? He is wrong. He was wrong because he's inconsistent on this position. He's at the mercy of his own chat. He sees his own chat hit like, well, he's not wrong on this point, though. He's not wrong on this point, though, which is why he reflected that attitude. On the one hand, he understands that it looks really fucking strange that the entire Congress is clapping like fucking seals, cackling like hyenas at the mere thought, at every fucking applause break that a foreign leader is delivering to Congress, okay? But also, there are a lot of things that foreign leader is saying that Asmongold's chat agrees with. Like, for example, all the pro-Palestinian protesters doing the bidding of Iran. And that's why he found himself directly agreeing. Curious, why did he click away before your clip played? Because you can't show the actual point, even if it's like more than 30 seconds long. Because God forbid you see me uninterrupted. Just like he did when he was watching my Ro Khanna interview where he agreed with me. Okay? He knows it's the same reason why he doesn't want to have a conversation. He doesn't want to entertain a debate. He is worried that if we did actually have a conversation, he would realize that, you know, many of his audience have been misled, usually by Asmongold, about what my positions are. It's always been negatively framed. You have to control the flow of information. Him happening to agree with Netanyahu on one thing doesn't mean he agrees with him on everything. What part of that you don't understand? Oh, that's the point that I was trying to explain to you. People like yourself don't recognize this, okay? Here's the issue. He takes a wishy-washy centrist position while simultaneously heavily leaning against the anti-Israel protesters. If you are in agreement with the American government at the time deporting anti-Israel protesters, and you regularly lie to your audience or are just objectively incorrect about your understanding of the law, you're objectively incorrect about who for the First Amendment actually chooses to protect and who it doesn't choose to protect, all this stuff. If you demand deportations of people who are speaking out against a foreign country like Israel by the American government, okay, then it's understandable for people to assume that you might be a little bit more pro-Israel than you let on.
Oh my God, you wouldn't even be talking about this if other people weren't talking about this, and I fucking hate it.
Doesn't have real political convictions at all. He's just feeding you whatever you want to hear. And I think he is pretty good at it, right? He's obviously pretty good at it, where his position is the most commonly held position on the right at this point, which is, I hate Muslims, they're all barbaric, they're all backwards, they shouldn't be coming to this country because they cannot assimilate to our glorious American culture and Western civilization is under attack, but also Israel, led by Jews, is, destroying American culture in a different way and is totally dominating Americans and totally humiliating Americans. Bomb it all.
And it makes it feel like you need to write some big essay that everybody already knew, where America is everybody all at once, period, and like there was no discriminatory anything. You had civil rights, etc., and so on. Oh my God, you're giving me a fucking aneurysm. No one thinks this. No one. And fuck them if they did. They're idiots.
Advocating for the pro-Israel position. He might have actually made you believe that he wasn't pro-Israel, but what matters in that situation is what kind of either he was either he was foolishly and inadvertently defending the pro-Israel position by saying all of Israel's critics must be deported, right? Or he was doing it on purpose. Because if your position in this situation is, Israel has too much control over the United States of America, but then you literally sound like fucking Barry Weiss over and over and over again, at a certain point, someone should call into question what your actual opinion is, right? And unfortunately for many of you, or not people in this chat, but many of Asmongold's fans, they never actually try to dig deep or understand or even see the inconsistencies of Asmongold's position. That's it. And that's why there is this major inconsistency in his commentary. But I think for a lot of fans, they'll turn around and say, no, he's just like, he just changed his mind. He just changed his mind. He has a new position on it. I don't think that's the case.
Thing you were saying people should do.
Why don't editors weaponize Asmongold's own words against them? Well, therein lies the problem. Because a lot of people, Asmongold is a very popular YouTuber and a very popular Twitch streamer for many, many years before he dove into the political arena, right? And because of that, because of the, multiple decades that he has been around, he's cultivated a very diehard fan base. And he's also not shy about weaponizing his fan base against any of his critics. So when you have a lot of people in your fan base that are a part of all these other fan bases as well, whether it be Moist Critical's fan base, or whether it be all the slop tubers and centrists and their fan bases as well, they're not going to go after him. Okay? They're not going to go after him. One, because they don't want to offend Asmongold fans in their audience, right? They've spent years and years cultivating a somewhat apolitical audience, and a lot of these apolitical people will lean in that direction. Okay? And when you actually do call out his hypocrisy, or if you do call out his commentary, if you find it to be dangerous, for example, if you find it to be silly or dangerous or whatever, and you actually do the Hassan Abi technique on Asmongold for once, then you end up putting your flag in the sand. You say, I'm against this. And he will go after you. He will punish you for saying that, as he has over and over again. And people just don't want that. People don't want to be attacked by Asmongold's audience. Asmon is incredibly consistent on his views. They just don't fit in a neat box. There's more nuance to it. He supported the Israel stance in regards to Palestine, doesn't support Israel in regards to control over the American government.
I'm not being attacked by anybody's fucking audience. I live right across the street from a Union Gospel mission that had 1 million people a day that could have noticed anybody fucking with me and magically didn't. And then a little police thing at the end of the street. Between the little police thing at the end of the fucking street and whoever the fuck works across the street. And yeah, whoever works in my building, I guess, too. Somewhere between those three groups, that's who's fucking with me. You think they watch Hassan Piker? Or they did before fucking 2020? I didn't even watch him. before fucking 2024. These are right here every day. Portland Police, Central City Concern, and fucking the thing across the street. Yeah, bars and their owners, I guess. That's directly who is physically here all the fucking time. They could always show up and be like, hey, are you fucking with this girl? Stop. We watched you fuck with her for 5 years. Leave her alone. That's who's fucking with me. Or letting people fuck with me. It's not some fucking guy in LA and his fucking audience of like high school kids or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know where the fuck Asmongold lives. Another person you wouldn't even know existed if Hassan didn't talk about him. In Texas. Like, whatever the fuck is screwing with me is, like, directly here 24 hours a day. And, like, just this street. That's it. End of fucking story. Everything else is psych-op, COINTELPRO bullshit. I do not have time for it. Annoying. And I'm gonna restart my fucking computer because it's not working. God, universal human rights, or everybody's a fucking idiot.